All right, council member, we are live on YouTube. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022. The time is now 12:04 p.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on the Office of Veterans Affairs, the Advisory Board on Veterans Affairs for the District of Columbia, the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, and the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. We'll start our hearing today with the public witnesses who have signed up to testify on any of the agencies on today's agenda. After that, we'll hear from representatives of the Office of Veterans Affairs and the Advisory Board on Veterans Affairs for the District of Columbia. The Office of Veterans Affairs is dedicated to serving the district's veteran community, their families, survivors, and military caregivers. The office works to connect veterans with resources, to build partnerships with public and private organizations, and to develop strong relationships with the veteran community. Over the past year, we've had oversight over the Office of Veterans Affairs. I've been impressed with the leadership of Director Domingo and heard positive reports on the work of the office. However, we also hear from veterans who need more support. To heed their calls, this committee helped fund a dedicated veterans LGBTQ coordinator position, expanded transportation assistance for veterans, and supported the funding for a new veteran service officer position. Taken together, this committee expanded our investment in veterans through the Office of Veteran Affairs by more than a third in the last year alone. I look forward to discussing the progress the office has made with those substantial new investments a little later today. Our residents have a long history of answering the call to serve, and we are proud to be home to a robust community of veterans. Those veterans deserve our continued recognition and support. The Advisory Board on Veterans Affairs for the District of Columbia is tasked with gathering input from our veterans and other community members to help advise the district on how we can better support their needs. So I'm happy that Chair Nachi Miller from the Advisory Board is here to share their work over the last year and any recommendations they may have on how we can strengthen the services we provide to veterans. The Advisory Board has met consistently over the past year and also volunteered to help put together COVID-19 test kits. At today's hearing, I hope to understand how we can better leverage the expertise of the Advisory Committee to proactively drive public policy and programs in support of our veterans. The second set of agencies we will review today will be the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs and the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. Since its establishment in 2007, the office has worked to ensure that our residents returning home from incarceration have a smooth and successful reintegration back into their community. Over my years on the council, I've worked with community members to significantly increase opportunities for returning citizens, including creating transportation subsidies, a free ID program, help with housing and employment opportunities, and other training programs, all programs run through or in coordination with ORCA. The office's continued growth and success continues to be one of my top priorities. The work that it does is vital to our returning citizens, their families, and our community. One of the programs operated in partnership with MORCA that I am most proud of is the Paralegal Fellowship Program for Returning Citizens, which is a partnership with Georgetown University that trains a cohort of students to become paralegals and helps place them in long-term careers with law firms and government entities. In fact, this coming Friday, I have the privilege to attend the program's graduation and congratulate the new class of graduates myself. I'm looking forward to hearing from Director Carey today about what the office has learned throughout this most recent iteration of the program and its ideas for the program's continued success. I'm also interested to learn more about why the office has yet to implement the Access to Jobs pilot program that our committee funded in 2021 to connect returning citizens directly to willing employers. I'd like to hear how and when it plans to get this critically important program up and running so that our returning citizens will have access to the training and skills needed to secure employment and long-term careers. Also with us today is the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. The commission advises the mayor, the council, and the district of the Office of Returning, the director of the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs on the process, issues, and consequences of reentry and how we can support our returning citizens. It is supposed to consist of 15 public voting members with 13 ex officio non-voting members from a variety of government agencies. It meets monthly to discuss priorities, plan outreach events, and strategize on ways to help the district's returning citizen community thrive. Today, I'm eager to hear about what the commission has been up to over the past fiscal year and how it has used the $10,000 this committee budgeted for outreach and engagement for the commission. Because of this committee's strong partnership with the office and the commission over the years, we have created and funded programs that have made a significant impact on our returning citizens. Despite this progress, there is always more we can do to ensure that returning citizens have opportunities available to them for a successful reentry back into our community. That is why today's oversight performance hearing is so important. The office and the commission play critical roles in ensuring that our returning citizens have the tools they need to thrive. I look forward to hearing from Director Carey and Chair Knight. As we move to our public witnesses, I want to note that everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'm going to call witnesses in the order that they are on the list. When I call you, the staff will promote you to a panelist and you can testify. When you are promoted to become a panelist, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back into the hearing as a panelist. At that time, you can unmute yourself. Public witnesses will be provided with 4 minutes to testify, while advisory neighborhood commissioners will be provided with 5 minutes. We will have panels of roughly 6 public witnesses, starting with George Kerr, Frederick Hill III, Kelvin Blow, Michael Syndrome, Charisse Crawford, and Robin Salas. I'm going to add 1 person to this list because I know at least 1 member of this panel was not able to make it. So let me add Sarah Bever to this panel. And with that, George Kerr, welcome. Good to see you. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, members and staff of the Committee on Government Operations and Facility. I am George Kerr III, founder CEO for G3 Associates, LLC. The U.S. Navy brought me here in 1998, and I also represent the LGBTQ Budget Coalition. The DC LGBTQ Budget Coalition members are representatives of the LGBTQ community, allies, organizations to work to advocate for dedicated funding that supports LGBTQ residents, focusing on trans people of color and low-income residents. Thank you for holding this oversight hearing to focus on the Veterans Affairs. I know firsthand the struggle of many in our community. Many have shunned the label veteran altogether, as I did when I was honorably discharged in April 1993, after the change in policy, Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Most LGBTQ veterans I work with identify more closely with the LGBT community than the veterans community. We are the forgotten community. We are celebrating the hiring of Army veteran Fallon Williams as the LGBTQ veteran coordinator. I have started meeting with her to discuss the goals and objectives of her new position. One area essential in meeting these goals and objectives is access to data. There is a lack of data on this particularly vulnerable population of veterans who experience in their time of service subject them to stress and circumstances that calls for special attention. The position can now take advantage of the Biden administration's inclusive stance towards the LGBTQ people in the military by building connection within our community and the Veterans Administration Hospital. The Budget Coalition will be meeting this afternoon to talk about our housing ask for this budget season. And I'm sure there's going to be some conversation about LGBTQ veterans and housing and how do we get our veterans housed. We look forward to working closely with the agency and Director Domingo to address these concerns. I appreciate your consideration and available to answer questions you may have about my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public witness is Frederick Hill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
All right. Thank you so much. I do apologize that my video is not working this morning, but I wanted to say I want to yield my time to listen to the other testimony. I, too, as a veteran, appreciate much of what has been done, but I'd like to yield my time and submit written testimony by the 9th next week, please.
That'll work. And let me, to you and George Kerr, say thank you to you both for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll look forward to receiving your written testimony.
Thank you.
Next public witness will be Kelvin Blow.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone in attendance. And thank you for yet another opportunity to speak and be heard. My name is Kelvin Blow. I'm a returning veteran, a returning citizen, the lead organizer for the National Rich Network for Returning Citizens, and Policy and Advocacy Associate with DC Justice Lab. I served 4 years in the United States Marine Corps from 2011 to 2015. I participated in several deployment programs, including tours to Afghanistan and Jordan. I returned home from the Marines in 2015 and was home for less than a year before being incarcerated. I served a 66-month sentence and returned home from prison in March 2021. Prior to being released from prison, I had extraordinarily little interaction with my case managers, and there was no real guide on how to plan for my inevitable return home. As I understood it, this process was supposed to begin 18 months before my release date, and this was not the case. Returning home from incarceration was a strikingly similar experience to when I returned home from service in the Marine Corps. I was lost, confused, and I had little means of assistance in finding my path of reintegration back into society. I had a hard time finding employment and reconnecting with my loved ones, as much had changed over the years of my absence. Prior to being discharged from the Marines, there was little support or assistance in preparing a plan to return home. Other than a plane ticket, I had no real assistance in ensuring that I had what I needed once I returned home. I'm diagnosed with PTSD, sleep apnea, and scoliosis, all as service-connected disabilities. I was given no information on where I could find treatment and support for these diagnoses or any mental health resources. So coming home, I was left to figure these things out on my own. I was home nearly 5 months before eventually locating the VA benefits office where I made my initial claim for benefits. During this period, I also enrolled into the VA Medical Center, but I was not afforded any mental health treatment. I battled my PTSD with alcohol. Ultimately, this was a losing battle. I worked 2 jobs while enrolled in school, and I drank heavily. I felt like if I stayed busy enough, I wouldn't have time to think about the traumas associated with the things I had seen while I was in war. And then times when those thoughts and feelings did emerge, I would suppress it with alcohol. This is how I treated myself in the absence of any support from the VA. And eventually I had a bad night. I blacked out drunk and I hurt someone. And I was arrested and sentenced to 66 months in prison. During sentencing, I made a statement to my judge taking full responsibility for my actions. And I made the only ask that I be placed in a facility where I could receive the help that I needed. During my entire stint of incarceration, despite many attempts, I never had any contact with anyone from the VA. My claim for benefits lay dormant for nearly 3 years, and even still to this day, I am yet waiting for my benefits to get approved. As a returning citizen, the story wasn't much different. I came home homeless, jobless, and pretty much hopeless. I scheduled appointments, got put on waiting lists, and I got sent to different places in different parts of the city, all the while my needs still go unmet. There were opportunities available to me as a returning veteran that are no longer available to me because I now have a felony. My record of service hasn't changed. My achievements haven't gone away. My credentials are still valid, but because I made a mistake, I had one bad night, none of that is valid or considered. This is where I would like to see a change. I believe that after serving my 66-month sentence and showing the will, determination, and ability to reintegrate successfully back into society and be a productive member, my incarceration should no longer be a determination for any job or housing opportunity I pursue. Namely, the Restore Act would allow just that, and I would like to see it passed this year. The Restore Act already has a lot of support. 9 council members out of 13 co-sponsored. Council should stop delaying its passage. There's no reason the Restore Act shouldn't be scheduled for a vote as soon as possible. Every day council doesn't pass this bill, more returning citizens, some of whom are veterans, experience almost unnecessary and damaging barriers to accessing the support they need to resume their lives after fully paying the consequences for their mistake. There must be better coordination between the 2 offices that help both returning citizens and returning veterans. I would like to see more transparency from the VA on how claims are being handled, how long claims are remaining dormant, and the process a claim takes when being decided on. Of course, there's much greater effort required on all parties involved, but these simple asks that I make are so small and such an easy start. I know firsthand what it feels like to be a returning citizen and a returning veteran, and I want better than what I got for those veterans and incarcerated citizens returning home after me. Thank you all for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Blow, and thank you for your service. I do have a number of questions for you.
Thank you.
Next public witness is Michael Syndrome. I believe is joining by phone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Michael Syndrome, disabled veteran, served our country more than most. So from the beginning, in the outset, I'd like to avail myself to the Office of Veterans Affairs, Advisory Board of Veterans Affairs for DC, the Office Returning Citizen Affairs, and Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizen Affairs. You have my phone number, so folks can connect with you, so you can share my name and number. I'd like to avail myself to assist in any way possible. You made mention, Mr. Chair, that COVID test is available through your office, correct?
No, sir.
No.
But if you need help getting a COVID test, please feel free to reach my office and we'll be happy to help.
Okay, well, the problem there is COVID test is required by the VA hospital. And at their aerosol clinic, dental specifically, I'm writhing in pain as I speak. And I can't be seen because all they offer is a nasal swab, which irreparably harms me, causes considerable pain and other complications. So a saliva test does exist, and I'd be more than happy to reach out to your office if you can facilitate getting one. VA claims they cannot, sad but true. And so again, I'm denied required medical health care, dental care specifically, across the board. With regard to Veterans Affairs Office, it's very sad but true that the good mayor pulls the staff for personal errands, and that ought not be. That staff is very limited, and there was one stellar employee by the name of Sherrod Wade who did outstanding work, and I've attempted to communicate with Mr. Wade. It'd be great if he was brought back on board doing what he is hired to do, and that is assist we, the veterans, and not do the mayor's personal errands. Sad but true. The Office of Veterans Affairs, from what I can tell, as many visits and phoning actually, is never open. So I don't see how it can help or assist any of us. We're required to leave a message, and I've done so numerous times with the office, and also connecting to Elliot Domingo, the current director, on a cell phone, 202-412-1435, who has yet to return any of my calls. Sad but true. And I would dare say my situation is the tip of the iceberg. There is my claim that remains pending and acted upon. I understand they have a new veteran service officer, which may or may not be true, and I hope that service officer completes, because as you know, In the past, there has been no service officer, which denied us grant funds, both federal and local, where every other recognized Office of Veterans Affairs state has such a certified officer. We clamor, we want to be recognized as a state, but yet we can't even get a certified claims officer to assist a veteran with his claim, which ought not be. I understand this is very difficult, trying times for us all. Make no mistake, Lord is soon to return. Are you ready? Are you prepared? And so on teleworking, folks seem out of sight, out of mind. When the cat's away, the mice will play, and feel they do not have to respond or take any kind of action. That ought not be. This ought to be a time where folks step up to the plate. And it leaves a very bitter taste in veterans' mouth because we were treated horribly once we were in, and then coming home as well, and then seeking assistance for our claim. It seems like I've got to fight more to get what I'm entitled to under color of law than I did to valiantly protect and preserve our nation's rights, liberties, and freedoms. There's something dramatically wrong with that. The organization's Veterans Affairs, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and a number of others that should be stepping up simply are not. And so that then turns to the Veterans Affairs Office, local, to assist. But again, if the office is not open, is not engaging in phone, director is nowhere to be found, I mean, what gives? And one thing more regarding outside employment, specifically as it relates to the council. The public trust is to be sacrosanct and hold in highest esteem. So the council chair by law is precluded from engaging in outside employment, but not for council members such as yourself. And I'm thinking about Mary Che, who is a full-time professor at the University, George Washington University. That ought not be. And moreover, her hearings she's the only one that conducts the witness list out of her office, and currently the weighty entities under her watch, Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of DDOT, and so on, there's not even going to be a hearing as you are conducting. There's merely, I'm told, that you phone in somewhere and leave your name and number and whatever you have to say. That ought not be. That's not due process. That's not what I fought, and the fellow veterans you'll hear from and others to weigh in, and our constitutionally preferred right, not only what we have to say, but Amendment 1 to say it. So when we're shot down by a constitutional law professor, be it Mary Che, who's too busy to engage veterans and others, and just say leave a message and whatever, that's not going to cut it. That's simply reprehensible, and that ought not be. So I'm bringing that to your attention in the pursuit of right, reason, and fairness, that appropriate action will be taken. I understand she's a colleague and so on, but yet and still, truth is the light. And let me see here. If there's any questions, I'd be delighted to field them at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zinderman, and thank you very much for your service. I will have some questions as we finish this panel of witnesses with, we have two more witnesses, Robin Salas.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome. We can hear you.
I'm Robin Salas, and I'm trying to establish the nonprofit Wounded Warriors Behind Bars. This is what's going on in the street right in front of me. If there's loud noises, that's what it is. So I was born here in DC, and I was stationed here in DC, and now I'm back in DC. And so my injuries will be 40 years old within the next month. And I want to bring attention to the unrecognized demographics. And I think I've done that worked well with the MOVA office. The Vets Ride program was altered to include the higher pay level. But I was post-incarcerated for what's now legally hemp as an alternative to my medicine. Now the medicine I had is not available to me But what I see in my streets and when I walk down the street is a whole population. You know, we've got veterans that are not compensated, that are not recognized, and veterans like myself that don't pay taxes. So I don't think that's included in the 30,000 veterans in the, you know, there's a lot that the MOVA office can do, but there's a lot they can't, you know, with the problem with the VA medical centers, especially here DC is not well, but and the homelessness, you know, it for us, it's about adjustment disorder and not being able to comprehend this compared to what my previous, and I've attempted to work with other agencies in the mayor's office, you know, but the constraints of the Veterans Administrations and inadequate evaluations and decision-making skills, because I've literally seen people that were janitors at the medical center become claims officers. I can't say they did my claim or denied my claim, but it boggles my mind, the qualifications. I've talked with the director, Domingo, and he and I get along really well. I got a letter from the mayor's office, which was pretty good. I'm working with some of the business owners in the community that are veterans that are not getting any kind of recognition or benefits, but it's really hard because navigating the system is challenging. I've decided that the reason I'm even back here and during all of this is that Washington, D.C. is the center and the pulse of the VA administration. BVA is here. I would have thought that the complexity of my case, being it so old and so many errors along the way, would have been able to be addressed. But there are no attorneys, there are no service organization people that want to do that. So I've reached out to the reentry people, but I don't really qualify for any of that. It's a convoluted thing, and there's a whole lot of people here too. But there's a whole lot of stuff in the streets that is not recognized, not so much on the MOVA side, but in the general, you know. I'm denied drugs, but yet I see people staggering around, standing in the street, and the amount of fugitives and vagrants that I encountered just walking down the street. I actually had someone at the mayor's office tell me, well, you shouldn't be walking, you should be riding with the Vets Ride. Well, dude, it's only like 3-4 blocks. But it's important to be able to walk in my neighborhood. So there's some grants that are available, but it's difficult for the veterans, especially, to implement all of the necessary, you know, district bridges is really good. But it's a convoluted system, and without appropriate guidance, it is challenging. And I just would like to be able to see a little bit more attention to the details of individuality and complexities of people's veterans issues here in the community. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for testifying. Our last witness for this panel before I ask some questions is Sarah Bever.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Bever, and I'm here to testify to my appreciation of the work done by Director Lamont Carey and the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. In the spirit of full disclosure, I am chair of the MPD 2nd District Citizens Advisory Council, or CAC, for wards 2 and 3, but I'm here today as an individual not wearing my CAC hat. I met Director Carey 6 months ago at a MORCA Zoom presentation called Owning My Health. It was a much needed presentation on the benefits of caring for your mental health and the availability of mental health services in DC. Director Carey reached out a friendly hand to me and was outgoing and curious about the workings of the CAC. Most of all, he wanted to see how the CAC and MORCA could help out returning citizens. He has since stayed in touch and even has spoken at a 2D CAC event on the unhoused, where he also connected with an MPD homeless outreach officer. Many returning citizens become homeless. We also worked together to help a returning citizen that I heard testify that he needed help. It's not easy to identify all the returning citizens living in DC. Some are not from the DC system. Working through the council committee staff, Director Carey was able to locate and connect with the returning citizen, bringing him into the MORCA fold. Lamont Carey is creative, resourceful, and dedicated, characteristics so important to engaging returning citizens and to building the bridges MORCA needs with other agencies and organizations in DC. MORCA's services are vital. We can't forget our returning citizens. It's in the entire city's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone on this panel. Let me run through some questions. I'm going to start with Kelvin Blow, who I hope is still with us. There you are. You mentioned that you lost some VA benefits because of a conviction. Is that right? Can you help us understand what benefits are lost?
So I didn't lose any benefits. I never got a response to my claim for benefits.
I see.
When I got out in 2015, I filed my initial claim in November of 2015. By March of 2016, I was arrested, and up until that point in time, I didn't get any response. So later on down the line, I was able to connect with an attorney after a few years of incarceration and me not being able to get in contact with anyone from the VA. I got in touch with an attorney who looked up my claim with the VA, and the claim was, she said it was laid dormant since it was filed. Like there was no decision made. There's no response given for almost 3 years.
So you're still waiting for approval?
Yes.
And this is the claim you filed in 2015?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. When you were told it was dormant, did anyone give a reason why?
Not that I got myself, no.
All right. And if you don't mind me asking, how'd you get connected with an attorney to assist?
I met another veteran that I was incarcerated with, and he told me that this attorney had helped him to file and get his benefits approved while he was incarcerated. And he gave me her contact information, called her up.
And when you mentioned in your testimony that when you returned from service, it took 5 months to locate VA services. How did you eventually get connected with? And this is the DC Office of Veterans Affairs?
Right.
All right. How'd you eventually find them?
There was an organization called Veterans on the Rise, and a worker from that organization was friends with my mom. And she asked him about any veteran services in the city, and he told me where the VA benefits office was.
Wow. I'm having trouble reconciling how 7 years later you're still waiting for final determination on this claim. We'll have to ask the Office of Veterans Affairs about this, but it's an interesting intersection. And Robin Salas, and Robin, thank you for your service as well. I think I neglected to say that after your testimony, and I do apologize. You know, I hadn't thought about sort of this intersection with veterans who are also incarcerated or formerly incarcerated, and I wonder how many veterans there are who are incarcerated who are, you know, need assistance. As you testified, Mr. Blow, you know, you're suffering from things that I assume were caused by your service, and you know, here you are incarcerated, needing some assistance and services and not getting it, either from our veterans agencies or from our agencies made to serve incarcerated and formerly incarcerated residents. So I'm gonna dig into this a bit with the Office of Veterans Affairs and with the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. Ms. Salas, can you help me understand? You had mentioned a lot of difficulty getting guidance. What would have been helpful? What type of guidance would have been helpful for you, or would be helpful for you?
Well, several of my issues have to do with accountability of whoever's handling the claim, and getting the services in place and qualifying. The mislabeling that the Veterans Administration themselves had done right from the very beginning is what makes my situation more complex than most, because the threads of error go way, way back. And to sift through all the material, it requires a real auditor. But when I request to go to the medical center and they still want to send me out to another state, and then deny me because they can't do that. But I have a slot at BVA where I've never gotten a statement of the case. So I've just been kind of lulled because I have my own brain injury, spinal cord, neuropathic problems that really, and then the medical center, I don't even want to get started, you know, 2.5 years waiting for services. And yeah, our demographic is marginal. It's such a small down to, fortunately, my injuries mimic IED injuries, chest and head, spinal cord, which I would think would be an opportunity to look at the progression, but it's not really viewed like that. So I've come to resolve that I just need to get it all, throw it on the table, chop it up and dish it out so that it's all square. You know, they've allowed my health here in DC, they've allowed my health to become more than it was by not disclosing information.
Go
ahead.
On this issue, George Kerr mentioned something similar in his testimony with regard to the VA Medical Center and sort of a lack of connection there. Mr. Kerr, can you expound on that?
I am just speaking from what I hear in the community, particularly with the LGBTQ veterans, that they have problems connecting there and they do not feel welcome. And so there's, within my community, the LGBTQ, it's a constant battle, and we have to make that choice, as I talked about. Either you're LGBTQ or you're a veteran. You cannot do both, and you need to have both of those. And so I just want to re-emphasize the need for data. And, you know, we heard that over and over here. And I have to say, on Friday, we had 10 overdoses here in Southwest. And one of those was a veteran who had passed away. And so substance use disorder within our community is large, and we need to do more to address these issues.
Yeah. Mr. Syndrome, I am going to ask the Office of Veterans Affairs about the difficulty reaching them. And it sounds from these testimonies like there are some historic issues with getting assistance, or at least consistent assistance from the Office of Veterans Affairs. So I heard you loud and clear on that, and I do intend to talk to the director about that when he comes up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may add, I came in and I remember it vividly, seeking assistance. And so there were an individual there I did not recognize, and I asked for Director Domingo. And so one of the staffers came out wielding a cane. Sad but true. I was there, cooperative, unarmed, seeking service, nothing more, nothing less. So the office staffer evidently created drama. And then as I left, they were stalking me. I went to the door next door to the Office of Disability Rights, seeking assistance, and the folks there, Domingo and company, weighed in and indicated, "You've got to leave." Leave what? He has no jurisdiction over the Office of Disability Rights or elsewhere. Sad but true, and that's been the ongoing pattern of conduct there. If you don't like someone, and I'm not running a popularity contest, but I'm there to get help, nothing more and nothing less. I've never raised my hand at anybody. I've never cursed anybody out, cooperative, unarmed, and treated, less than my veteran status dictates. I want to indicate, Mr. Chair, that Sean Cuddy, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, your staffer, was kind enough to phone back with the phone-in numbers and so on. That's very helpful. I have signed up for or requested to weigh in a number of hearings upcoming on this oversight, and yours is the only office that has done that, which ought not be. And I wanted to share as well the VA Director's Office number, direct. It's a 202-745-8350. Repeat, 202-745-8350. And the Chief Social Worker, her name is Rhonda Sturdivant. Her direct number is 202-745-8371. Repeat, 202-745-8371. It was made mention, too, about rights, your benefits when you become incarcerated. Once the big brother, the government, gets aware, your benefits are immediately terminated. Sad but true. And to get them reinstated takes forever and a day. I know. I've been there, done that. And it's difficult to get benefits granted, out the gate. But then again, when you're put behind the 8 ball with total disability, incarceration, everything is taken away. So when you're made homeless and jobless, and I think the other term was hopeless, what are means you have to generate income? But back to what you knew. And on an employment application, it indicates, have you ever been arrested? Okay, you can take one of 3 tacks on that. You can leave it blank with the expectation hopes you can explain to your potential employer, you made a bad decision and you're not the same person. Or you can say you weren't when you were, which is another charge, perjury, what have you. Or just answer it truthfully outright, where you probably get blown out the water. Sad but true. One other thing too, Mr. Chair, Ramada. Normally in the past,
Mr. Syndrome, the WMATA is not under this committee, and we have 2 more panels of public witnesses, and I know some of them have time constraints as well. So
which committee is it under?
The Committee of the Whole.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't see on the printout any kind of upcoming hearing, whole or otherwise, for Ramada. We meet and talk a lot. Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority.
So here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, WMATA is not under this committee, but I do want to make sure we get to the other public witnesses on the agencies under this. So let me thank this panel of public witnesses very, very much for your testimony. For most of you, I want to thank you again for your service to our country. This feedback is incredibly helpful in helping us to push our agency forward. So thank you again for being with us.
Have a good and godly day, Mr. Chair.
You too. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Our next panel of public witnesses, and I'm going to call many folks because I'm not sure who is here. So we will start with David Carmichael, Blythe Pattendale, not even close, Patinade, and I apologize if I mispronounced it, Derek Bay, Martin Mellett, Frank Rooks, Ralph Clark, Andrew Bulware, Keisha Jones, Shannon Battle, Anthony Petty, Dr. Ron Garrett, and Representative Oye Owalea. All right, we're going to start with this panel with Blythe. And if you would give me the pronunciation of your last name and accept my apologies.
Sure, council member. It's Patnode. It's pronounced like P-A-T-N-O-D-E. Patnode.
Thank you, Ms. Patnode.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the council, and guests. My name is Blythe Patnode, and I'm the Director of Business Development and Program Manager of Workforce Development at the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization, also known as MHCDO in Ward 7. MHCDO has a strong relationship with MORCA as a community partner and as a returning citizen advocate. In his short tenure, Director Curry has developed and built a truly viable unit of 17 employees with significantly expanded services and support from peer navigators. Director Carey is an excellent administrator and advocate for the returning citizen community. He holds nothing back when linking community partners with members of his staff to provide needed services. He makes sure that the population he serves is receiving quality services, checking regularly to see how improvements can be made. Our organizations work together with ServeDC when volunteers are needed. Director Carey and his staff have unique abilities to connect with others and to motivate clients to do well, remain off drugs, or get counseling, stay strong, and seek assistance when encountering obstacles and challenges commonly encountered by returning citizens. I am pleased to report that MARCA is making a very positive impact in the returning citizen community and building on its contributions to DC. One cannot argue with success. Employment and recidivism are two of the biggest challenges faced by returning citizens. Last summer, 45 out of 67 outreach workers hired by MHCDO for the Get the Shot program were returning citizens. All 5 of our team leaders obtained full-time positions with salaries ranging from $50,000 to $95,000 when the program completed. 2 of our best team leaders are now employed by MORCA full-time. One is a case manager and the other as a peer navigator. Over 38 workers from MORCA and MHCDO collaborated recently to obtain jobs starting at $18 an hour within the new Safe Passages systems. Programs are now being developed to address mental health issues, improve financial literacy skills, and provide job readiness and placement services. Our goals are to stabilize households through self-sufficiency, increase civic engagement, and reduce recidivism. The MORCA team continues to work successfully with MHCDO. I thank you for your time and attention to the progress of MORCA and its ability to address the needs of returning citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness is Derek Bay.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, greetings. Good afternoon. I'm Derek Dumi Bay. I am a representative and the primary or the chief facilitator of a local program service called Redefine Your Mind Project, where we engage primarily at this time youth who have been incarcerated or are currently incarcerated in compassion living, life skills. I live a vegan lifestyle. Most of the people that are a part of Redefine Your Mind Project live a vegan lifestyle. So we engage youth, young adults, and their families in compassionate living life skills to help them understand a little more about some of the things that's going on in their lives and a different way of looking at things. We've also worked with people who have been incarcerated at the local DC jail, as well as some of the local transitional houses in guided meditation. And I myself am a yoga instructor. I was incarcerated from 1991 until 2003 in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. And I had originally gotten arrested and was locked up and adjudicated as being a part of a small group of individuals who were, in my opinion, misidentified as being a part of a gang, a crew, and subsequently charged with a number of group-related crimes where our prison sentences ranged anywhere from 15 years to life in prison. Since I've been home in 2003, I have gotten a job that turned into a career with WMATA. I am now a manager over construction maintenance, where I oversee various capital improvement projects for station enhancement and rehabilitation services, as well as being the facilitator and yoga instructor and guided meditation instructor for Redefine Your Mind Project. I'm calling in today to speak on behalf of Mr. Lamont Curry in particular, and the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizen Affairs in general, because of some of the work that we've done where either Mr. Curry have been indirectly involved or MORCA has offered assistance in the way of information and guidance with regard to what's needed to be able to better serve people who are returning from imprisonment and striving to acclimate themselves to the community, their families, and get themselves going and ushering themselves, as Lamont often says, to working class and middle class status. I first met Mr. Curry back in 2015 when we were both tapped and asked and allowed to be a part of what was then the DC Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, DYRS, pilot program called Covenant of Peace Initiative, where DYRS allowed various people from various backgrounds to come in and spend the weekend inside of the juvenile facility, where we engage youth and staff in various activities as a way to try to curtail some of the violent tendencies and some of the trauma-informed actions that was being demonstrated by the youth. Lamont and I didn't know each other prior to that. And if we had seen each other around, it was probably in passing. But what I was quickly able to see in the first weekend that we were all put in together, because not only were we there with the youth, most of us didn't even know each other and had certainly not worked together. So now we were all thrust into an environment. It was the first time that it had been done, and we were asked to come together to be able to do things, to be able to help the youth who had been thrown together. So in a profound sense, we shared that similarity with the youth, where we were in this facility with people that we wouldn't normally be around, and asked to be a part of something that if we had really had some other choices, maybe we would, maybe we wouldn't. But it was Lamont that was the first one to point it out. Now, here's my experience with Lamont. Lamont is a creative. He was brought in to be a poet. I was brought in to be a yoga instructor and guided meditation facilitator. But what quickly started out as us coming together and following what we would call a script quickly devolved into potential chaos, because all that had been scripted was almost on the brink of failure because the youth weren't buying into it as it had been scripted. So now we were quickly brought together and said, listen, in other words, this is not working and we're going to have to think outside the box. It was Lamont who raised his hand and took the forefront and exemplified the type of leadership and creativity that allowed us to not only be successful with the youth and the staff, but to impress the DYRS officials and mayor's office enough to be able to have subsequent weekend events of the same nature.
Mr. Bay, I'm sorry, we're about 2 minutes over your time. So I would ask if you would summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay, so I would just say that I am appreciative of Lamont's current position because he has continued to exemplify the creativity that he has shown since the time that I've known him. And our program has benefited greatly from his vision and the way that he's executing the mayor's vision with regard to MORCA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Martin Mellett.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. My name is Martin Mellett, and I'm the Vice President for External Affairs for Jubilee Housing. My testimony will focus on the Office of Returning Citizens. For over 48 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable housing communities in Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant, while also providing support services to our residents. We've completed a development of 300 units of deeply affordable housing with services at a combined investment of over $100 million. Nearly a decade ago, Jubilee gained awareness of the magnitude of challenges facing returning citizens and began developing housing and support service for these residents. We are also a member of the DC Reentry Action Network, RAN, which is a coalition exclusively for returning entry service providers and their clients. Our reentry transitional housing program targets housing, community support, and comprehensive services explicitly for returning citizens, serving up to 45 returning citizens every year. Upon successful completion, residents are able to graduate into Jubilee apartments when we have them and other long-term affordable housing options. Our experience has taught us that housing coupled with strong support services will facilitate a successful transition. Indeed, Jubilee's transitional housing program demonstrates the impact of stable housing and services through its recidivism data. Jubilee has served about 200 returning citizens within its 8-year history and has a successful recidivism rate of about 11%. Recently, Jubilee acquired additional properties designed to expand housing for returning citizens, 26 permanent units and 18 units of immediate housing. We've applied for DHCD funds to renovate these buildings, and we're waiting right now. But this will allow us to expand our housing and services model for returning citizens to about 100 residents every year. The establishment of the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, MORCA, a number of years ago was an important step in recognizing the special challenges facing our residents who are returning home from incarceration. One of the most important issues facing returning citizens has been the lack of affordable housing. Currently, the District of Columbia has a rental housing subsidy program, LRSP, which could address this critical need. However, the method or tool used by the district for determining who should be prioritized to receive an LRSP voucher often places returning citizens at a structural disadvantage in receiving these vouchers. A recent period of incarceration or residence at a halfway house or even at a transitional housing offered by Jubilee would often produce a lower vulnerability score, resulting in minimal chances of receiving a voucher. One solution was to dedicate a number of LRSP vouchers for returning citizens and direct the selection process to MORCA. Through your leadership, Councilmember White, Morca was allocated LRSP vouchers dedicated to returning citizens over the past 2 budget seasons. We are concerned with the transparency and how Morca is managing the selection process for applicants requesting these vouchers. We have never received guidance from Morca on how to advise our residents about submitting an application. We have not received feedback about when an application is approved and, if rejected, the rationale for the decision. We understand that the DC Housing Authority is responsible for processing and implementing the applications, but Morca is responsible for interviewing returning citizen applicants and submitting recommendations. To date, we have not received a clear description of how applicants are evaluated and prioritized, what criteria is used to determine applications forward to DCHA, and what applications remain pending or are rejected. We just don't know. RAND leadership has asked to see the selection criteria in order to assist its members in submitting applications to Morca, but to date, we have not received the selection criteria. We recommend that Morca publish its criteria and selection process for LRSP vouchers so that the wider community knows how these valuable housing resources are being managed, and service providers like Jubilee can better advise residents seeking to apply for this rental subsidy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is Frank Rooks. You're on mute, so just need to unmute and then we'll be ready to go.
Thank you.
There we are.
How you doing, Mr. Councilman, Mr. White?
I'm doing well, Mr. Rooks. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Wonderful.
My name is Frank Rooks. Happy New Year to you all. I'm a returned citizen and an outreach worker for Marshall Heights. I came home October the 28th, 2020. I went to Morca to talk to the director, Mr. Curry, and he gave me some information and explained to me the importance and the benefits of signing up with Morca. I also work with Marshall Heights with Mr. Antonio White and Mr. William T. Lawson, who now work at Morca and continue to work with me in my new jobs. Over the summer, I worked with Mr. Lawson, who trained me in different elements of the COVID-19 outreach team, who at Marshall Heights, and also Mr. Antonio White, who showed me how to work the computer and approach different situations concerning the COVID-19 outreach program. Since I came home, Morca gave me a job opportunity that I needed, and I received certificates from one of our hardest workers in DC, Mrs. Mayor Browser, the mayor of the District of Columbia, for outstanding achievement, engagement, and community as a member of the COVID-19 Community Ambassador Corps. The outreach team at Morca is a family to me, to most of us who are returning citizens. Upon me joining my family members at Marshall Heights, Ms. Blight is my boss, my best friend, and most important of all, is a mother figure in my life. And I want to thank her for all the things that she does for the family, and bless her beautiful heart. My own mother has been in the hospital with cancer for most of the time that I've been working with Marshall Heights and Morca. The kindness have shown me has helped me to make it through this period without getting in trouble. Marshall Heights gave me a certificate of appreciation as an ambassador, an outstanding service, and dedicated to Mayor Browser's Get the Shot program. Morca and Marshall Heights has been a big help in my life. And I'd like to thank everybody with Morca and Marshall Heights who has helped me, Mr. White, in my troubles, me when I came home after me doing the long term I did. And it's working for me in both programs. Morca and Marshall Heights have shown me a way of life. And I try to give it to different people and show them that you don't have to commit crimes and do wrong things. You just need to reach out to some of the people like I did with Director Curry and Miss Blight. It has helped me through all my troubles, even though my mother has cancer. I've been standing strong, sir. And I really do thank you for Marshall Heights, and Mocha. Have a blessed day, and I thank you for everything, Mr. White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rooks. I will have some questions later, but let me say, it warms my heart to hear you speak of Ms. Blight that way. It helps to have folks in our lives who show us some love and motherly love. And my mother suffered from cancer, so my heart goes out to you. My prayers for your mother's recovery. But I want to thank you for being with us, and I have a few questions for you later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you. Our next witness is Ralph Clark.
Good afternoon, Councilman.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to testify on how Mocha has helped me. I'd like to start by greeting the chairman and council committee and residents. I extend my greetings to all of you. My name is Ralph Clark Hill. I'm a returned citizen. Upon my release in 2020, the District of Columbia was on lockdown. I was turned down everywhere I went for help and shelter. The thought occurred to me to reach out to Mocha, to whom helped me to obtain the necessary things I really need: medication, identification, shelter, and food. Through the Mocha peer navigator, Mr. William T. Lawson, and the case manager, Mr. Antonio White, on June 18th, I was able to gain employment at the Inmates CDO, Marshall Heights Community Organization, gaining an employment as a outreach covert corps ambassador. Marshall Heights Development Center, under the leadership of Mr. Babatune and Ms. Blight, I became the COVID outreach ambassador, in which I really enjoy reaching out to the community and helping other people. I am also grateful and blessed to have met the director, Mr. Lamont Curry, who during that time came out to visit our site. And I was very uplifted and grateful to meet someone who has been through some of the same avenues and things that I've been through. I'm also grateful and blessed to have met our mayor, Marion Bowser, to whom has given me an application of dedication for the outreach team. So I really like to thank all of you for your help with me. You know, when I came out and I seen the city was on lockdown, I was hopeless. You know, I didn't even have an identification. I didn't have nothing, nothing. And when I contacted Mocha, they say, you come to the right place. You know, and they gave me identification. I got my medication because I have, you know, medical situations with my heart. And at that time, I didn't have my medication. So I'm very grateful. And I like to thank you all. I like to thank the mayor, Mayor Browser. I like to thank Mr. Babatune for offering me employee. And not only did they do those things, Mr. Chairman, I'm now on the team for the Safe Passage. You know, helping out at the schools where we, you know, we try to help to, you know, stop little incidents from happening around the school. So this is a continuous thing, and I'm grateful, very grateful, and I thank all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you're doing in the city. I'll tell you, for the ID program, the transportation program, the housing subsidies, all these are things that came from returning citizens. When I got elected, I sat down with returning citizens and said, what would have made your journey home easier? These were the things they identified. And so those were the things that we fought for and got funded, and really want to thank Morca for operating that. But you really have returning citizens to thank for those programs. They really led the way. So I'll have a few more questions for you. So thank you for testifying. Please stand by.
Thank you.
Our next public witness, I think, is Andre Boulware.
Sorry, sir. Good afternoon, dear Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and honored guests, and residents of the District of Columbia. I'm Andre Bowell, I'm a resident of Ward 4, District of Columbia. I'm a returned citizen from the Department of Correction, where I served multiple years in my past. I'm here to express my appreciation and how I have the utmost respect and hold MOCA to the highest of honor. With the help of MOCA, Mr. Tony White, and also Mr. William Lawson, my future looks much brighter. With their guidance and directing my life and helping me gain legitimate employment. With the help of MOCA in collaboration with Marshall Heights, I was employed throughout the summer with Get the Shot. And with their help, my needs are being currently met. Marshall Heights will call me also whenever there is volunteer work throughout the city. I was one of the ones that helped put the COVID kit together. It helped me not have idle time. And I met some interesting, positive people. Some I'll be looking forward to doing more. You know, on a personal level, Marshall Heights is my second home. I come here for guidance in my life also. Because Bryce always give me proper things to do, next best thing. To keep me from off the streets of Washington, D.C. And with her guidance, I look past that we're going back to incarceration. I'm just here trying to I'm gonna do the next right thing, what I was called for, sir. With legitimate employment. She made sure my basic needs are met. The basic needs, my food, low employment, roof over my head. And it's one step at a time. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you all for listening. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you being with us today, and very much appreciate your testimony, Mr. Boulware. We do have some questions, and let me get through the rest of this panel so I can make sure I ask questions before you all have to leave. Our next public witness is,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Keisha Jones. Ms. Blythe, I'm going to ask you to put yours on mute for the time being.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Jones may not be with us. Give me a second. Shannon Battle.
Yeah. Good evening, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Shannon Battle, and I'm the Advocacy and Leadership Development Specialist for Free Minds Book Club and Writing Workshop, a nonprofit here in DC. We use the tools of books, creative writing, workforce development, and violence prevention, outreach to connect incarcerated and formerly incarcerated individuals. I am here today to share my personal experience as well as Free Minds Reentry Program's experience with the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs and our continued strong partnership. Over the years, Free Minds has worked closely with MOCA, whose efforts are a critical part of the transition process for many returning citizens coming home to our city. I have personally benefited from MOCA's assistance when I returned home after serving 25 years of incarceration and running into roadblocks and trying to get documentation when a case manager went above and beyond and made sure I got a voucher to get my birth certificate. The first piece of paper that I got, a day, 2 days after I came home. Director Lamont Curry and his team regularly go above and beyond when we reach out for specific assistance. One of the first places our reentry coaches refer members to is MOCA. One Free Minds member, a brother of mine named Irvin, recently shared his experience, like myself, is a recipient of the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act and has been away for a very long time, and realized that MOCA realized the unique needs of recently returned DC residents and treats them with respect. Irvin's career goal is to be a commercial truck driver, and Mocha provided him with information on how to obtain his commercial driver's license, as well as CDL training programs that will pay him to attend. Irvin is thrilled to have this opportunity and express appreciation for how the job counselors at Mocha showed knowledge and genuine interest in helping him achieve his goal. This is just one example of I am sharing among many. The majority of our Free Mind members return home from rural prisons and face incredible burdens after having been so far away from home and with little access to relevant reentry services before they leave the facilities. As you all know, because we are not a state, we have little power or control over what happens with our own residents in the federal system. This creates extreme disadvantages. We are very grateful that Mocha is led by a director who has lived experience and understands the BOP and our challenging hybrid federal and local justice system. One final note, I encourage more city agencies such as DOES to increase relationships and most importantly, support employers who will who hire returning citizens with felonies records. We need more choices and opportunities in the fields of business and technology. We need to create strong partnerships with employers who understand the value of employees who also possess felony records and not only work with what is referred to as nonviolent offenses. With the passage of the Second Look Amendment Act, more men and women will be returning home, and we need real opportunities for them. When we invest in returning citizens, our community will truly thrive. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next public witness on this panel is Gregory Bearstop.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. It's good to see you again from St.
Good to see you as well.
You remember. I am the acting chief of Inmate Services Division in the Prince George's County Department of Corrections. And I just want to talk just shortly about our support and partnership with the MORCA, the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. In the latter part of October 2020, the Prince George's County Department of Corrections posted in our housing, in all of our housing units, the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs flyer, which provides MORCA information and contact phone number. The department added MORCA's telephone number to our attorney's list so that the telephone number for MORCA is a free call for all of our inmates. So it's important to know that. It also should be noted that within 24 hours of detainees being enrolled in our jail and reporting history of opioid use, they receive screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment. We call it SBIRG. And at the conclusion of SBIRG screening, these OUD clients receive a packet of information that includes the MORCA flyer and their information. And subsequently, if they are released within 1 or 2 days, they have the information to contact MORCA. The department has also included MORCA's information and contact number in our reentry resource guide, which is throughout the metropolitan area, including Virginia. In addition, the Bridge Center at Adams House, which is a one-stop stop that provides reentry services to returning citizens and at-risk youth, also has MORCA's information and contact number so that the Bridge Center's case managers can connect returning citizens to MORCA services and employ Prince George's, who provides employment services and opportunities to Prince George's County, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. residents. So I just wanted to highlight the things that we've done with Director Lamont Carey in the Prince George's County Jail. So I also have asked our IT department to give me the number of calls that have gone to MORCA from our facility. So I apologize because they are still trying to get those numbers for you, Chairman. And it may be a little bit after that because we just transitioned to a new telephone vendor. So it may be a little difficulty, but I just want you to know that we have had calls from our facility go to MORCA to get connected with services. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Our next public witness, Anthony Petty, are you with us? How about Dr. Ron Garrett? All right, let us move to Representative Owalewa.
Greetings. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Representative, good to have you with us today.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me, Chairman White. And as representative today, I wanted to focus on the MORCA as well as voice my support for Director Lamont Carey. My office has traditionally been focused primarily on fight for DC statehood, and I've recently tried to increase the scope of my office to fighting for legislation and resources to those in DC, especially those from marginalized communities. And in DC, I can think of no better example of a marginalized community as the returning citizens community, who are in much of need, but also very welcoming. And who exemplifies this as much as Director Lamont Carey. So since the beginning of 2021, I've been collaborating with the MORCA office, mostly by participating and moderating a few panels, one such as COVID, where we were dispelling myths, really trying to activate people to get vaccinated at a time that the returning citizens community were very hesitant. We've also done panels on mental health, addressing anxiety and stress and trying to reduce the stigma of seeking professional help. This work has also led me to really focus on legislation that affects returning citizens on a national level. So that work really inspired me to put together a resolution that called on the DOJ to overturn a memo that forced returning citizens to return back to prison who were compassionate release post-COVID. At the time, a lot of people said it was impossible, that returning citizens don't have enough political power, and the representative seat without a vote can't make a change. But after a chance meeting with someone who works at the DOJ, and a lot of work that went behind the scenes, within 2 months, the DOJ did just that, and they returned the piece of a memo that affected thousands of returning citizens. And in my opinion, this is what the MORCA is about. This is what DC is about. The importance of everyone leaning in to make a difference. Seeing the example of Chairman White, seeing the example of the returning citizens on this call, seeing the example of Director Lamont Carey, to saying that even if you haven't experienced incarceration, you can still be a member of this community by what you care about, not just what you've seen or what you've been through. So I want to voice my support for the MORCA. I want to voice my support for Director Lamont Carey, and as well as try to put more resources, not just money, but also everything we can to really make sure that not only do we have these conversations within the returning citizens community, but we also allow returning citizens to have a bigger impact amongst all folks in DC. Because the things we talk about in the MORCA office are things we can also talk about in the greater community, whether it's relationships, whether it's money, whether it's management, whether it's healthcare. These are things that we all deserve a voice in. And again, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for having me. I also want to thank you all for making a difference in the lives of DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. So let me move to questions. And some folks kind of joined us as the panel started. We added them, so this panel ended up a little bigger than I intended, but a good conversation nonetheless. So let me start with Mr. Mellett, I really appreciate the work that you and Jubilee Housing are doing to house and get services to returning citizens. A couple questions on that. How many housing units do you currently have that are, I guess, set aside for returning citizens?
So we have 2 transitional housing, so about 20 units currently, and that's not true. We get 20 units and we have 6 that are permanent. We just switched over a part of one of our buildings. And we have, we purchased some properties on Ontario and Colorama, and we're getting ready to switch them into immediate housing for returning citizens on the corner of Colorama and Ontario. And then we're going to build a 52-unit building adjacent to that will have 26 units that we're going to dedicate, and that's permanent housing.
Wow. How is this funded?
Our programs?
Yes.
Well, so I mean, it's a mixture. So it's and you know this, that to be able to do this kind of work, you really need the 3 stools, 3 legs of the stool. You need the capital.
Yep.
So we use trust fund money to buy the buildings and to renovate them. We used LRSP as part of our, for the folks who are at the really low income of the income to do the rental subsidy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the services that we provide, it's a mix of fundraising, and OVSJG is one of our big funders. And then we just get foundations and individuals that give us money. So it's a mix. The services is a mix, some government money and some private money.
Okay. That's incredible. Did you mention that you want to do more of this?
We are going to do more. We bought the buildings. We're waiting for DHCD to give us the money. And once they give us the money, we're going to renovate these 2 buildings, and we'll add these other 26 permanent units and another 18 units for that are kind of more of immediate housing.
Yeah.
So that's we're hoping we're going to close. The DHCD is supposed to tell us hopefully next week, maybe 2 weeks. We're hoping we're going to get the nod, and then we would move into construction probably end of this year or first year, probably first quarter of next year, one of those 2.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, if we can be helpful in that, please let us know. I will be asking Morka about the LRSP voucher selection process. So thank you for raising that. That's a question that's been on my mind, and so I will talk to them about that today, including your recommendation of publishing that process, just so it's clear to everyone.
Yep. Yeah, because we don't want to be sending people over there if we know that they're just not high in the priority. I mean, there's not many vouchers there, so if I know they would fit, then we would send them. But if we know that from the get-go that the priority is just that we're just not going to get it, I'd rather not waste people's time.
Agreed. And I know Mr. Bay had to leave us, but for Ms. Patino, Mr. Rooks, Mr. Clark, Mr. Boulware, Mr. Battle, is there anything you can think of that Morka could do more of? Are there resources sort of that you saw that were missing that we might be able to pull together?
It's a really good question. I think that they need some vehicles to help the peer navigators and other folks. I know that seems like a strange request, but currently the peer navigators are responsible for doing everything from going to help shovel snow and support other agencies, but they're also responsible for going to different units around the city to assist people getting clearances or identification things, etc. And as I understand right now, the people have to use their own cars and they're not compensated. So I think everybody understands the liability issues and why government employees can't drive people. But still, I think, if I recall correctly, some of Morka duties right now is they go to Baltimore to talk to people that are going to be released and then come back to DC. So, you know, I don't think it's fair for folks to use their own cars and not get compensated for gas at least. But I mean, that's, I think that's something that could be looked into. And I suspect that Director Kari probably has a wish list. And so I would be interested in hearing what he has to say later this afternoon about, pardon?
Me too.
Yeah, as to what he thinks is necessary. I know they just recently brought on peer navigators, so he would have to tell you whether or not they have enough or whether they need more. Now, I think that you've probably heard the name William Lawson and Antonia White this afternoon. Both Mr. Lawson and Mr. White started with us with the Get a Shot program last year. And Mr. Lawson and I worked together many years ago as violence prevention contractors for CSOSA. But I believe that Mr. White's caseload as a case manager is significant. So I suspect that Morka needs to hire some more case managers. So it's reasonable. And anything over 30 is too many. And I think he may have way more than that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Hopefully Director Carey will give us some insights over that. We have worked really hard over the years to expand the staff at Morka.
And it's really visible. You can tell the improvement in the community. We can tell.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. For Mr. Rooks, Mr. Clark, Mr. Boulware, Mr. Battle, I'm curious how you all got connected with Morka. How did you find out that they exist and get connected with them?
Myself, when I came home, I got connected with them through word of mouth, actually. Just like I got connected with a lot of the organizations that I dealt with after coming home. A lot of these organizations was talked about a DC jail, because after doing all that time, I was trying to find any type of help that I could find, because I knew it was going to be an uphill battle when I came home, and it absolutely was. And like I said, Morka, like my second day out, a couple of organizations that's supposed to provide it, or vouchers and stuff, that identification, I ran into roadblocks. They asked for they asked for medical records. They asked for all type of stuff they knew I ain't no way I could have after doing 25 years. And I went to Morka, and the case manager, I think her name was Miss Jackson. I some type of way, because I was kind of frustrated a little bit, but I was patient, and I was about to walk out, and the guy said, "Man, why don't you just go in the back?" I think that's when I first met Lamont Curry. And I went back there because Miss Jackson had just came over DC jail, and I explained to her my situation, and she just provided me a voucher. You know what I mean? And I was like, man, and I was real grateful for that, because that's one of the things that you need, that birth certificate, to get that identification. Like, that's the first step in the process. Yep. But I learned through word of mouth.
Okay, I appreciate it. Mr. Rook, how about you? How'd you find out about Morka?
When I was up DC jail, Mr. White, I talked to Irk Weaver, that's with North.
Yeah, I know him well.
I went to Mr. Weaver, and he's a lifetime friend of mine, and I talked to him, and then when he sent me down there, I talked to Mr. Lawson, Mr. William T. Lawson, and I talked to Mr. Antonio White, right? Mm-hmm. And at the time when I went down there, Mr. White, and I talked to them, I was in the PEP V program through Mayor Bowser. I did 12 months in there, and I got me a voucher, and I got my own townhouse now, thanks to Morka, and thanks to Marshall Heights, and thanks to Mayor Browser for doing a good job on my behalf. And I love him for that. Even though my mother going through what she's going through, she has cancer, I cry a lot, and I ask God for strength in that area. But other than that, Morka has helped me a whole lot. And since I came up here to Marshall Heights has been a family to me, and Miss Blight and what's his name, Mr. Barbatune has gave me opportunities to work with me as far as computer work, search for other jobs in other areas and stay close to here and just be a family. And that's what I done, Mr. White, since I've been home.
I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear what you're doing. And it's certainly understandable to cry. It's healthy. It's a good thing, but as I said, my prayers are with you and your mom for full recovery. I know that's difficult.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you. Mr. Bulware, I see you in the background. Can you talk to me about how you got connected with Morka?
Mr. Lawson, when I worked with Get the Shot program.
Okay.
The COVID outreach.
Yeah.
Once he became a member of Morka and got a position there, and he called me and let me know.
Okay.
He told me about the various things. So it all started at Marshall Heights for me.
I see.
I seen the guys in the community with jobs that ain't had no other way out. So when the blacks got behind them and they was eating good, they let me know, and I came and got me a job.
I like it. All right, I love what's happening over there at Marshall Heights. Actually, I miss visiting. Used to be some good food at the meetings too. So tell Mr. Babatunde, we gotta get those meetings going again.
Mr. Chairman, you're always welcome.
I appreciate it. Is Mr. Clark still there?
Yes, sir.
And is it Mr. Clark or Mr. Clark L?
Mr. Clark L.
Okay.
I'm Morris American.
My
I'm
apologies.
Morris American. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for
Mr.
asking.
Clark, absolutely.
I found out about Morka when I was in the federal system. Before I came home, I was interested in the assistance that I may need. And in the libraries, there's a lot of Morka brochures. It tells you about, the help that we can receive. And to my surprise, though, when I came out, as I mentioned earlier, we were on lockdown. So Morka wasn't able to really assist me then. And I understood that because everything was shut down, right? It wasn't that they wouldn't. So from that point to this point, I see the improvement that Morka has made. And after that, I was sent to Richmond, Virginia, because I had nowhere to go. No one would take me. So they sent me out there. And then when I came back, that's when I got in touch with Mr. Lawson and Mr. Antonio, who, let me know about the opportunity here at Marshall Heights to receive a job doing the COVID outreach corps. So I seen them grow, and, get better, than they were when I first came out, So yes, that's how I got in. I was first introduced to Morka.
Okay.
And what else I think would help if we start from the inside out, rather than wait till people just come home and help. If we start in the inside and give them the information and let them know that the information is available and connect people with peer navigators like Mr. Lawson before they come home, that would be a great help too. So that way they won't have to be struggling like that,
I appreciate that. I've been trying to get that done for five years. In fact, I passed a law that requires Morka to do it, but it's difficult because our folks are incarcerated in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. And so we don't, I guess, know where everybody is and what everybody's release date is. Do you have thoughts on how we can, so when we can reach people, we've got to be able to get them resources. How do we reach more people in the federal system?
Well, being I just came from the system, I only been out 2 years now. And I came up with the idea that if we pair them up with people like Morka before they come home, it's almost like a big brother or a pen pal.
Yeah.
And if a guy is in the system and they get a GED, they get a trade and everything, and they're in touch with someone in Morka's program that could hook them up before they come out, then I think there'd be a better line of communication because I understand the federal system, but we get the message. It's just that the link between the programs and the people is not tied together.
Yeah.
Like I said, I heard about MOCA before I came out of the federal system, but that was just the brochures, and like there was nobody to say like if I'm a MOCA worker and I have 2 people that I'm in touch with that's short, they're getting ready to come home, right? And I be in touch with them on a regular basis because you can email in prison, man. You can email people. A person can email me that's in prison and say, hey, I'm Ralph, I'm getting ready to come home 2 years. This is what I want to do. I got a GED, this and that. So my job would be, well, let me go look for somebody in that field to see if they will offer you a job when you come home or put you in some type of training programs. And I think it would work if we give it a try, just try to, see if that part of it will work where we link them up before they come home.
Yep.
Because once they come home, it's hard to come out and then do all that because we faced with so many other obstacles once we come home if we don't already have that link.
I appreciate it. I'm going to keep trying to get this done. I think we should have been able to figure out how to do this by now. So I appreciate that nudge. I'm going to figure out how to get this done because it's taking too long.
I would like to help you if I can because
I was going to ask.
Even if it's volunteer, because I know what it's like. I know what it feels like, to have to go through that. So if you ever need me, you can contact me. And if anything I can do to help you with that, I will be more than willing to help you, Chairman.
I appreciate it. We will be calling on you soon. So I have some thoughts about how we get that done. So we'll be calling on you soon.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, may I can I have another minute if I might?
Yes.
Okay. You can tell the guys here, now you understand how we have this family. It's an M. Marshall Heights family here. The guys really want to give back. What are the interests? I've been working with substance abusers since the 70s in New York City. And now we have a grant with HOSTA to do some opioid outreach. Somebody earlier talked about some of the overdoses recently. And all of these gentlemen are with me on that outreach team. One of the things that I noticed over the summer, and I also participated recently in the department or the Office of Planning's upward mobility work that is being conducted around the city with the mayor's office and also CHMED. One of the things that was very different, unique about our program this summer is it started as just an outreach, share with folks what's going on with COVID and hopefully go get a shot. But what we also tried to do is regularly introduce job readiness skills. And when we first started, the guys used, and the few women that we had, we started at 9, they used to roll in at 11, 11:30 and so on. And after just 3 weeks, when I came to work at 9 o'clock, there were 30 people on our lawn waiting to come in. If anybody's worked with our population and the challenge of getting people to show up on time and be dependable, you know what a phenomenon that is. Even though we finished on September 30th, our contract, these guys show up every day or at least 2 or 3 times a week to touch base with us. Marshall Heights has become a safe haven. Not all of the folks that we had were drug-free, but the fact that they could come here and be in a positive community of people that were trying to do better with their lives made a significant impact on their lives. We need more funds to continue to do this. One of the differentiators, in my opinion, is that we were able to pay them a decent wage. The 7 organizations that supported this project that Muriel Bowser started agreed that we should pay $20 an hour to people and $25 an hour to the team leaders. This gave them enough money to pay their bills, keep a roof over their head, and have food in their stomachs without having to resort to what I call survival crime.
Yeah.
These kinds of programs are really, really important.
Appreciate that. Here's what I would ask. I think the funding for that was federal funding, and I think it ran out. Talk to my committee team. I want to sort of understand what the funding level was and get a bit more information on the program to see if this is something that we can try to help with locally. I'm just not sure the scale of the funding, but let us get a handle on it so we can see if this is something that we can help with. Because I see it sounds like it was an incredibly beneficial program.
It was, and even if it had to be modified, going forward, maybe, maybe you just say nobody gets more than 20 hours a week, but at least it stabilizes.
Yep. All right. Please do. Yeah. Connect with the committee. We'll talk through and see if we can't figure this out. I appreciate you flagging that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patino. And thank you to the rest of this panel. Truly want to thank everybody for being with us today. We do have 2 more public witnesses who came late, so we're going to do a final panel of public witnesses. That is going to include Charisse Crawford and Anthony Petty.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman?
I'm doing well. Give me 1 second. We're gonna go. Ms. Crawford was on the witness list technically first. So I'm gonna let her go first.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we're gonna turn to you, Ms. Petty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, council member. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Welcome.
Oh, wonderful. I'm reporting live from the field. This is Charisse Crawford. We are deadlocked in the middle of having to talk with thousands and thousands of residents as we move forward with our ballot petitioning process. And so, as you can see, we're geared up in the community, and this is a conversation that's being held amongst the wealthiest down to everyone who cares about social justice in our city. So you have to know that the work that you are doing is democracy. This is democracy in action. I was able to hear some of the testimony before I jumped into the call, but let me just take a moment to introduce myself for the record and to let everyone know how we are poised to support this mission moving forward. My name is Charisse Crawford, 3rd generation Native Washingtonian, obviously a family of caregivers. And I mentioned before where my grandmother was she adopted orphans in Langston Terrace, Grandma Beulah May, to keep them out of the justice system, to keep them on the straight and narrow, because she herself was an orphan. And so that is something that motivates me every single day to get up, to talk about what does social justice look like in our city, and how do we create a better future for the generations behind us and to come. And so I have nephews watching this bill who fit the description of juveniles that they are basically claiming are running havoc in our cities, which I believe are misguided and do not have the proper support that they need. So then you look at the realities of the prevention and then post-life. And so you're working on both sides of the aisles, and I'm happy and honored to report to duty on this matter. I want to keep my babies out of jail. I want to keep the young people off the streets. We want to create safe houses and safe spaces to help them do that on the front end. And on the back end, there are some simple fixes, some simple items that I think we can implement right away as people are returning into society. Namely, many of them are not coming home with the proper credentials. They still are having to go to get and apply for licenses in a pandemic-based Department of Motor Vehicles. I believe that is a simple fix right now action that we can connect our Department of Motor Vehicles with the agency so that we can get proper credentials on the streets. I'm dealing with the same thing with our homeless communities. They don't have their social security numbers and their federal IDs. How can we communicate a letter, some type of support from these agencies for a pandemic pass, if you will? And I think that will be a strong letter coming from your office as we work towards greater budget demands since we're in oversight currently. I'd love to have given the woman that I spoke with yesterday, who was also homeless and just returning from being imprisoned, who didn't have an address, an email address, or a phone number, nowhere to be identified, and could not get access to the documents. And so in short, I fully am supporting of this bill and would love to see this come to a vote by the council. As a council member, I would have immediately voted yes. And I heard some other testimony earlier that touched my heart about council members just having access and holding on to not hosting the hearings necessary to bring this issue to the table and restoring the vote. So I have 29 seconds left. I looked at a report earlier today, and I'll leave you with this. There was an incident where children were being fed what they said there was a supply issue. So their school lunch turned into also jail food, council member. That is not an accident. It has been 30 plus years since I've been a student in DC public schools and charter schools, and children have been fed slop and prison food, which I'm sorry to say that it's called prison food, but we need a better nutrition plan for people who are trying to return to society, because there is no way to have the mental capacity that it requires to show up in life if you are not eating well. And this is the school to prison pipeline that our children are on with malnutrition. Let's start there. And so I yield my time, Councilmember. I thank you so much for your hard work and your advocacy, and we are happy to report to duty at Crawford at Large in DC for Charisse Crawford. And I hold for any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petty, welcome.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman? That's very hard to go behind Ms. Crawford. And she gave a lot of good points. Well, one of the things that I would like to say, I would like to speak about Morka and how if it wasn't for Morka, I probably wouldn't be out here doing the work that I'm doing out here with the youth right now. When I was at DC jail and I came back from the Federal Bureau of Prison, I met Miss Joyce Boston. And one of the things that the process that I had to go through for the course was I had to have what they call a home plan. So when I come home, what are some of the programs and things that I would do? I didn't really know about a lot of things. I had heard about a lot of programs that they had in DC, because me being in a federal prison for the last 30 years, I didn't know a lot of things in DC. So, she told me about a lot of programs. So I enrolled in a lot of programs that was in DC jail. And when I did come home, Miss Boston was there to help me with my paperwork, my IDs, and all the things that I need. And so by me going through that, I got to meet Mr. Lamont Curry, the head of Morka. We became good friends. I talked with him, I tell him about some of the things that's going on with the guys back in the BOP, some of the problems that they are having when they come home, as Miss Crawford was saying, like the DMV problem. That right there is a problem that I feel as though that we can all, we could get together, and that shouldn't be a problem with a lot of the guys coming home, just getting an ID, just getting a birth certificate, some of these things. But Morka was always there to help a lot of people get those things. So with that being said, I truly believe the funding and the things that Morka is receiving, it's not too many organizations I really believe in that's working within this city. I would tell you that the truth. That's the truth for me. And that's just a person who come home after 30 years of incarceration. It's a lot of organizations I think take the money and they don't really assist. But Morka is one of the organizations that I truly believe that really helps us.
I really appreciate it. So let me just ask one question. I'll ask you to be brief because I want to make sure we get to our government witnesses soon. Is there a gap that we have that Morka is doing a lot of great work? We always can be doing more. Is there anything that either of you see that we might focus on this year to say this is a gap that we can fill next for returning citizens?
Right now, the biggest gap for returning citizens is homes. Because a lot of guys are coming home from the Federal Bureau of Prisons and they have to go back to these same environments that sent them to prison. And that's one of the worst things that could happen for anyone. So if it's any type of way, affordable housing and things of that nature, give people jobs with livable wages where they can, right now, DC, it's hard for a person to live in DC. The homes, the apartment, the prices is outrageous. So it's hard for guys, but if we could have affordable homes when guys come home, but the most important thing that they do need in DC is a halfway house. A place where guys could come back, they could get back acclimated within DC environment, the culture, get to see their family, because your family play a big part of you when you come here. Like a lot of guys who came home with IRA, they came to DC jail, so they got a chance to see their family, got to be able to do the things that they need to do to help when they get home, make their homecoming more easier. But the guys now, they don't get that. So that's just one of the things I believe homes. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. Crawford, any particular thing on your end?
Yeah, I appreciate the commentary about MOCRA. I think that because we're in oversight, this is going to be a great opportunity to evaluate the current contracts, those who are receiving the funding that are supposed to be doing the work that Mr. Petty is speaking of. We need to evaluate those contracts and reallocate the funding accordingly. There are a lot of organizations who are committed to doing this work, but I think if your office provided some assistance with the technical writing side to help with the service base that they're providing, I think that would help bridge the gap tremendously. There's nobody who knows more and better about the needs of returning citizens than the returning citizens and or those, like I would say, my family members who have been kind of aiding in that process, but their home health needs. They're not even looking to get the contract because they don't even know these types of contracts even exist, to be honest, council member. And so empowering the dollar to go to local businesses who are aspiring to do transitional housing work.
I appreciate it.
And that is where we can allocate dollars. Absolutely, Mr. Councilman.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you both very, very much. I appreciate you being here with us today. That rounds out our public witnesses for this hearing. And so we are going to begin to move to our government witnesses, starting with Director Elliot Domingo of the Office of Veterans Affairs and Chair Nachi Miller of the Advisory Board on Veterans Affairs. We're going to take a quick 10-minute recess, and we're going to come back at 2:10 with our government witnesses, and we will move through both sets of agencies. So we are in recess until 2:10. We are resumed. So again, I want to welcome Director Elliot Domingo of the Office of Veterans Affairs and Nachi Miller, Chair of the Advisory Board on Veterans Affairs. Good afternoon, Director. How are you?
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Good, good. All right.
Get an echo on
it. Waiting for
just no volume.
Chair Miller. Chair Miller, can you turn your camera on? We are. Thank you very much. It's the practice of this committee to put all of our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask that you both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you both. And Director Domingo, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry, we're just taking down some echo on another computer here. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities, and staff. I am Elliot Domingo, Director of the Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs. I'm a 15-year veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps, a split time between active duty and the reserves as an enlisted infantryman and a communications officer, retiring with the rank of major. I would like to thank Muriel Bowser for her steadfast leadership and her continued support of veterans in the District of Columbia. Throughout 2021, Mayor Bowser has continued to deliver our veterans a pathway to the middle class. This pathway includes expansion of the district's Veteran Service Officer Program for claims and benefits, maintaining our veteran transport programs, community outreach, affordable housing, hiring the district's first LGBTQ+ veteran coordinator, and a plan for COVID-19 testing and vaccination. MOVA's mission is to serve the district's 30,000 veterans and their families, survivors, and caregivers. We address the broad range of social, economic, and healthcare needs by building strategic partnerships with public and private organizations, developing veteran-centered policy initiatives, and forging strong relationships with the veteran community. At all times, MOVA strives to make Washington, D.C. a desirable and progressive city for those who have protected our nation. MOVA divides its efforts into 3 pillars of support: services, programs, and outreach. Over the past year, MOVA served, enrolled, or directly engaged 3,137 DC veterans and their family members. MOVA's primary service is federal VA claims assistance. In 2018, MOVA hired its first District Veteran Service Officer, or DVSO, U.S. Army veteran Robert Pearson. And on November 15th, 2021, MOVA hired its second DVSO, U.S. Air Force veteran Stuart A. Lee. These officers are responsible for assisting veteran spouses, family members, and survivors in applying for their benefits from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs by initiating or reopening claims on their behalf. If approved, these claims result in monthly compensation for service-connected disabilities or non-service-connected pensions, and the veteran enrolling into the VA healthcare system. MOVA's DVSOs are accredited through the Veteran of Foreign Wars, or VFW, allowing them direct access to the VA claims database, the Veteran Benefit Management System, which provides real-time progress and records management. During 2021, MOVA assisted and filed for 205 DC residents, totaling $1,293,628 in federal compensation and $255,086 in retroactive payments. Since MOVA's claims program began in December 2018, DC veterans and their families have been awarded $3,604,575 in recurring monthly compensation and $364,841 in retroactive payments. This equals an average VA benefit increase of $1,300 per month for every DC veteran who filed through the MOVA claim service. Additionally, the expansion of this service has cut appointment wait times in half to an average of 10 days, while allowing our officers to review and complete more complex cases. These complex cases include filing disability claims for the recently updated list of chronic conditions associated with Agent Orange exposure affecting our Vietnam veterans. Claims associated with this newly updated list are deemed presumptive in nature, but under VA law, they must be reviewed as instructed by NAMR v. U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. MOVA service officers are also advising Vietnam veterans exposed to Agent Orange who never stepped foot in country. These are deemed Blue Water Navy claims and are reviewed under the same presumptive lens. Claims that were previously denied for any condition are now recognized by VA as presumptive illnesses due to Agent Orange exposure and automatically put through the NAMR review for an earlier effective date. Through this process, MOVA service officers ensure that our 8,100 Vietnam veterans are receiving the best counsel and benefits they're entitled to. MOVA's next pillar of support is programs, specifically transportation programs. As the cost of transportation is a recurring issue discussed at every DC Veteran Roundtable, MOVA quickly realized this priority. In partnership with the Department of For-Hire Vehicles and the Department of Employment Services, the Vets Rides pilot program provided any DC veteran making less than $30,000 a year a free ride to any educational intake, employment, interview, housing appointment, or medical appointment. From November 2017 to January 2019, the program provided 5,900 free rides for 374 veterans, with over half of these rides ending at or originating from the DC VA Medical Center. On November 15th, 2019, Vets Rides was launched in partnership with DFHV and the rideshare company VIA, with eligibility requirements and vouchers expanded on October 1st, 2021. Today, any DC veteran making under $45,000 annually or recently unemployed can enroll in the program and receive 16 free ride vouchers per month to any location in DC, along with several veteran medical centers in Virginia and Maryland. Vets Rides operates 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. During 2021, Vets Rides provided 554 DC veterans 4,598 trips, medical appointments, education courses, food distribution sites, and employment interviews. These trips were instrumental to the DC veteran COVID-19 vaccination effort. The number of rides increased slightly from 2020 to 2021, with all of our veterans still respecting the mayor's emergency orders, traveling less, and remaining safe while new variants of COVID-19 virus continue to emerge. Once the emergency orders are lifted, we expect rides to increase significantly, and we are prepared to support that surge. Finally, as of January 23rd, 2022, veteran customers will no longer use the VIA app to book rides. Transco has assumed all vendor duties through a dispatch phone number and web portal. All enrolled Vets Rides customers are notified and automatically transferred into the new voucher database. MOVA has not experienced any major issues with this transfer, but will remain diligent and ensure all of our veterans understand the new process. In February 2019, MOVA partnered with the DC Central Collections Unit to administer the Pathways to Work program for DC veterans who cannot afford a driver's license because of debt from tickets, insurance lapse, booting, towing, or impounding. The program allows DC veterans to settle their account with a 40% reduction of the total debt on balances up to $1,500, or a 30% reduction on any debt over $1,500. Once the settlement plan is finalized, the DC veteran can obtain a driver's license and remove another obstacle to employment. To date, 41 DC veterans have obtained their driver's license through this program, resulting in $22,108 worth of tickets written off and $18,578 collected. During 2021, the Pathways program was placed on hold during the Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure's amnesty program for drivers with outstanding tickets. With the sunset of that amnesty period complete, MOVA has once again renewed its Pathways to Work program with CCU. MOVA's third pillar of support is outreach and community engagement. During 2021, MOVA continued to support monthly veteran virtual and in-person roundtables and hosted its second annual DC Women Veterans Day social and recognition ceremony, attended by 100 plus DC women veterans and their family members. Daily community engagement includes fielding over 15 phone calls from DC veterans and their family members. MOVA's intake officer, Carol McDowney, a DC National Guard veteran, screens these calls and then refers callers to a MOVA service program or a partner agency. MOVA also assists veterans at risk of homelessness. Our team makes direct referrals to transitional and supportive services for veteran families, or SSVF housing partners, advocates for veterans with housing vouchers, and connects veterans to respective personal personnel for housing delays and issues. Over the past year, MOVA's staff experienced several personnel changes and additions. MOVA's prior outreach specialist and public information officer, Tony Williams, was promoted to the director of operations, and Richard Strauss, a USMC veteran, was hired as MOVA's dedicated public affairs officer. Additionally, Fallon Williams, a U.S. Army veteran, was hired as the district's first LGBTQ+ veteran coordinator and outreach specialist. They have both hit the ground running and represented MOVA during the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs meet and greet events in Wards 4, 6, and 8. Mr. Strauss has taken charge of MOVA's monthly DC Veteran Roundtables, hosted on our WebEx channel, and has begun the process of launching a DC Veteran podcast. The podcast theme will change month to month and feature interviews of a veteran within DC government and an influential veteran within our community. MOVA will also capture each veteran's story for the publishing to the Library of Congress's Veteran Oral History Project, while collaborating with the Office of Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton. MOVA's LGBTQ+ veteran coordinator has been developing multiple programs and projects since her arrival in November. For success in this new position, one must know the population dispersion and the needs of the DC LGBTQ+ veterans. LGBTQ+ data is not specifically collected by the U.S. Census Bureau, and representative data is not consistently defined. In 2019, the closest categorization of the LGBTQ+ population by the Census Bureau was for households defined as same-sex households, with DC having the highest national ratio at 9.8%. The Williams Institute also created a report on LGBTQ+ population, but no military affiliation was captured. MOVA's solution is to join the current LGBTQ+ data working group established by DC Health and the Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs, and continue research with other organizations collecting LGBTQ+ authoritative data. In order to discover and address our LGBTQ veteran needs, MOVA has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs to identify the veteran population, create safe spaces, and provide an alternative platform for veteran residents. Starting today, February 2nd, 2022, MOVA's LGBTQ+ veteran coordinator conducts weekly intake hours at the LGBTQ+ office, hosts monthly clinics on veteran benefits and legal support, and is creating a signature event to celebrate the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell during September 2022. Finally, MOVA supports COVID-19 messaging and outreach by gathering correct and accurate information. Since March 2020, I have weekly one-on-one sync calls with DC VA Medical Center Director, Mr. Michael Highmall, to discuss testing and vaccine numbers, veteran case numbers, and instructions for veteran appointments. Director Highmall's honesty and access has been instrumental in providing authoritative and accurate messaging to our veteran population and their families. Over the next year, MOVA will focus on maintaining its operations in person and virtually, with continued support of the Mayor's COVID-19 testing and vaccination plans. MOVA is fully committed to Mayor Bowser's vision of creating 36,000 new housing units, 12,000 of them affordable by 2025. MOVA will continue working with its veteran housing partners, US Vets, Veterans on the Rise, and the DC VA Community Resource and Referral Center to ensure our veterans are properly enrolled in short-term transitional housing programs. Concurrently, we will develop solutions with the DC Housing Authority and DC Department of Human Services for long-term vouchers at locations like Help USA and on the old Walter Reed campus. MOVA will also restart its legal clinics and hiring events of DOES and the district's human resources and our veteran community partners. Finally, since 2017, MOVA has conducted over 60 veteran roundtables with over 2,500 DC residents, 10 of which were hosted in FY20 and FY21 to date. At these discussions, the DC VA Medical Center has remained a consistent concern due to aging facilities and shortage of space. These concerns have been openly expressed and noted by the current DC VA Medical Center director. On March 13th, 2019, Mayor Bowser sent a letter to the president requesting the VA engage Congress to begin planning a new DC VA Medical Center. MOVA has met with Congresswoman Holmes Norton staff, the DC Office of Federal Regional Affairs, the District Director of Real Estate, and the Department of Veteran Affairs facilities teams for initial discussion. The Congressional VA Facilities Market Assessment is due out in March 2022, and MOVA will ensure the mayor is properly briefed on the results while supporting any working groups dedicated to the new DC VA Med Center with world-class care for our 30,000 vets. In closing, I would like to thank you, Chairperson White, for your partnership in supporting Mayor Bowser's vision for a District of Columbia that serves all its veterans. I appreciate the opportunity to share MOVA's accomplishments and plans for the future. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to address any of your questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Director. Chair Miller.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Thank you for having me this afternoon. My name is Natchy Miller, and I am the chair of the Mayor's Advisory Board on Veteran Affairs. I'm also a retired U.S. Army officer. Today, I would like to briefly share with you the work that is being done by the Advisory Board. This past year, we have continued to adjust to the changes because of the pandemic. Conducting our meetings in a virtual format has enabled us to maintain our focus on assisting veterans here in the District of Columbia. We have conducted 11 board meetings last year, and now our board member vacancies have been filled. Board members have also volunteered to help with the pandemic recovery efforts. Members assisted in the COVID-19 test kit construction efforts this winter with Serve DC. I will be remiss if I did not mention our appreciation for the support of Mayor Bowser and the entire council. It's because of this support that MOVA now has 2 full-time veteran service officers assisting veterans to obtain the benefits that they earned and so deeply deserve. There is one issue that I would like to bring to your attention. This is the issue concerning Veterans Homestead Exemption Law, L22-0283, that was not funded for 2 consecutive years and as a result was eliminated. The fiscal impact statement reported by the CFO reported that there are approximately 4,300 100% permanent and total disabled veterans that reside in the District of Columbia, when in fact, we believe that there are only approximately 1,000. The CFO fiscal impact statement estimated the annual cost of that law to be $7.5 million per year, or $1,700 per year per qualifying veteran. Again, council member, we believe that based on the Department of Defense actuaries and VA data, the correct number of 100% permanent and total disabled veterans in the District of Columbia is approximately 1,000. This number makes the annual cost of this law to be 1.7 million per year instead of an estimated 7.5 million. Your assistance and support are needed to reenact this law. Our number 1 priority is to improve the quality of life for the more than 30,000 veterans and their family members that reside here in the District of Columbia. I want to thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak this morning or this afternoon. And I'm open for your questions.
Thank you both very much, and Chair Miller, I do have some questions on that law to better understand what's happening. So let's dig in. First and foremost, I want to thank both of you for your service and for your service to the city in your current roles as well. Director Domingo, I'm going to start with some questions for you. You referenced, and Chair Miller just referenced the same number, the same number of veterans in the district in your testimony this year as you did last year, 30,000. We had discussed previously how we might get an up-to-date and more accurate number of veterans overall. Have you been able to take any steps to ensure that we have a complete picture of the size of the population of the veteran community?
Yes, so I've spoken with the DC VA Medical Center, which tracks through the federal VA their count of veterans in the state by state, district by district, or territory. And with the new census data coming out, I expect some information this spring. So I hope to have plan is to have these numbers updated for us in the next cycle.
Okay, so this count is done by sort of federal partners?
Correct.
Okay. And have you seen in the time you've been in this role any trends in our population of veterans in DC?
Yes, so our younger veteran population is increasing. A lot of veterans are coming out here, American University, Georgetown, GW, and they're staying here. So our what we call Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, we see an increase in that population, which is great.
Okay. Now, and are they moving here like eventually, or when they come out of the service, they're moving here?
So a lot of them using their GI Bill coming out of the service. So they're coming out to use the GI Bill, go to college here. And then, you know, DC in a lot of ways can be a transient city for people coming through, but for colleges and things like that. But we're seeing them stay in the district, which is excellent after college.
Okay. We also discussed getting more detailed information on the scale of our LGBTQ veteran population, in particular last year. Really appreciate you working quickly to get the LGBTQ veteran coordinator that we funded on board. You indicated in your testimony today that you're joining the LGBTQ plus data working group. Who's part of that group?
That group includes, make sure I get these names right for it. DC Health, Office of DC Health, and the Office of LGBTQ Affairs.
Okay.
So, and Fallon Williams will be our LGBT coordinator, will be on that working group. And then we should be able to use that, start getting better data of our LGBTQ veteran population by our own efforts.
Okay. What are they focused on, the data working group? What's their focus?
I will get back to you on that one, on like their exact mission statement and what they are looking for overall with that data. So let me, I don't know offhand, but I will find that out for you.
I appreciate it. And with regard to the LGBTQ plus veteran coordinator, you indicated that the coordinator will be having weekly intake hours, host monthly clinics, and create an event around the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, which is a good start. Could you share like any more on your vision for the future of this position?
Absolutely. So, I mean, what we want to do is with the weekly office hours are over there at the LGBTQ space at 14th Street. And next to the DC Center as well. So they're in a safer space for those LGBTQ veterans that know that area to come to our coordinator. And what the coordinator is doing is intaking their issues as an LGBTQ veteran coordinator, but we'll also be bringing over our veteran service officers a few times this month as well to do their claim appointments there, so that they can get those benefits. Because the best thing that we can do for these veterans is ensure that they get the benefits they're entitled to. A lot of LGBTQ veterans do not apply for their benefits for whatever reason, just not associating as a veteran anymore. And we want to ensure that they're talking to a veteran that understands them and then helps them apply for their benefits. We're also going to be bringing in our DD 214 upgraded legal clinics there. So these are specialized lawyers that have dedicated their time pro bono to assisting veterans with upgrade possible or correction of military records. So we're bringing them in that legal source, that correction of records, their claim service, and then just having events monthly, either a type of networking event, just a place where they can have a community, that they can have a brick and mortar location to come together and start having that LGBTQ veteran community in DC.
Looking at last year's performance oversight responses and this year's together, it looks like the number of veterans you assisted with federal claims has declined. So there were 351 in 2019, 279 in 2020, and 205 in 2021. So it looks like it's sort of declining each year. What's happening there?
So when we started the program, you know, we're taking those in the beginning of years, we're taking the initial claims, which are much easier. These are just applying for benefits. These are applying for VA healthcare enrollment. They're quicker to do. And we had one service officer at the time to do them. Now, as we've gotten through a lot of those initial claims in the first 2 years, we're dealing with much more complicated disability claims. We're dealing with claims that need to take a week or 2 weeks for that officer to figure out with a large amount of paperwork. So as we delve into the larger, more complicated cases, they take more time, which equals less. But with the addition of this new veteran service officer, that's remedied this problem. So we have somebody in there that can do those initial claims too, and somebody that can do the complex cases.
Okay. Which makes me think of an issue raised by one of our witnesses earlier, who said he filed a claim in 2015 and still doesn't have a determination. What would be happening in a situation like this? Not to ask of his specifically, but how could it take this long and someone not receive a determination?
So a lot of the veterans do receive a determination, but then what they may be doing is an appeal to that determination.
Okay.
Our office does not have appeal capability. We tell some veterans that they don't like that fact, but we just don't have legal authority to do appeals at the moment. We're working with VFW to get educated on that, but that's a much more complicated process to go to the Board of Appeals, opposed from the initial claims. But if a veteran, we will definitely get their claim through. Whatever the VA comes back with is out of our hands. And if the VA says this claim is denied, then we refer the veteran over to the VFW appeal side to help them with the appeal. But I can't dictate or control what the VA decides on a claim.
Now, why can't we assist with appeals?
The appeals require more of a legal background, and they also, we just have to build that accreditation as well. So it's going to take a little more personnel, but I can get back to you on exactly everything we'd have to do to get to that point. But we have a great assistance right now with the VFW assisting with appeals, but because those are year, 5-year processes. But what we are focused right now as we triage is getting these claims done for our backlog of veterans in the district. That's never, until the mayor Bowser came aboard, the district never had this capability. So we have about 30,000 veterans, that never had this capability, and now we got to get through them, and we're doing the best we can. And with this additional VSO, it's helping a lot.
Okay. Roughly what percent of cases have to be appealed?
So we have different types of cases. I can get you that data.
Okay. All right. If you could just help us understand what the process would look like to get appeals handled through your office, or if you don't think that's necessary, help us understand why that's not necessary.
Absolutely. So what I can do is I'll provide you, I'll send to you a full list of what we would need, and then what we can talk with the VFW and plans that we can develop. But let me get back to you on that with a better response. Speaking with my VSOs as well, who are my subject matter experts.
Perfect. Thank you. You indicated in your testimony that our committee expanded the funding for the Vets Ride program to expand eligibility to more veterans and allow veterans to more flexibility in where they go within the district, and provide more free trips to each eligible veteran. How have you communicated this newly expanded service to the public?
Absolutely. So first, it's paid off in the first month huge. So our average rides was about 175 a month. We had 314 rides in the last 2.5 weeks. So we're seeing a large increase already. We were allowed, how we pushed that out was every veteran that was enrolled in the program through the via application received a notification directly to their phones explaining the process and explaining the expansion. We also have a newsletter that goes out to 75,000 plus residents in the district with about 21% open rate. And that's been put in there every month for about the past year. So, and then along with social media, but every veteran that was enrolled knows about this expansion.
Great. No, but you had over $60,000 in unused money for the Vets Ride program at the end of FY21, which was likely due to the impact of the pandemic. But how will you get that money out the door this year?
So it's because I believe it was because of the limitations on the locations. Now that we've opened it up just anywhere, it's 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through 7 days a week. We're already seeing, like I said, a massive spike, and I don't think we'll have any problem executing the funds this year. It was opening up, and also a big thing was allowing the rides to go out to the medical centers in Virginia and Maryland, like Walter Reed. That's been very good. Now we have an amendment sheet with the contract. So we have 8 locations. that a lot of veterans were like, I need to get there, so they can go out the district borders to those locations.
Okay. And why did you shifted the program from VIA to Transco? Why that shift?
So that was a vendor choice with DFHV, who helps us administer the program. VIA has left a lot of the contracts with DFHV, and that was a decision with them. I can get you the full details in a response, but that was a decision with DFHV and the vendors.
I appreciate it. Now, have you gotten any feedback from clients, from residents on the switch?
So we, since it has a dispatch number and a portal, we have a lot of the veterans that were having problems using the app appreciate this. So, with VIA, they didn't have a very well functioning dispatch option besides the app. So the fact that there's both options has been very helpful to our veterans that maybe not as comfortable with applications. They can just call it and then it'll show up. So we're seeing a lot of positive feedback on that. It's fairly new though. So this switch has just happened in the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. So I'll definitely be tracking to see any negative cases that we see coming in. But right now, the average wait time we have back from Transco with them tracking is about 12 minutes from call to vehicle being at their door.
Okay. The Pathways to Work program, which provides veterans with debt from traffic tickets, with settlement plans and a path to getting their licenses back. You talked about this in your statement, but I want to make sure I understand the status of things. This program was halted completely in 2021, is that right?
Yeah, and starting in May of 2021 due to the amnesty program, which was actually a better deal than our program. So
makes sense.
But now that's sunsetted, so we in January, so we just started back up the Pathways program.
Okay. And do you know how many veterans you've assisted since the program restarted?
I know that we've enrolled 3.
Okay. I do want to thank you for all your work on housing veterans. What's the state of homelessness in our veteran community today?
With the point in time counts that we're seeing with the VA Med Center, we're seeing roughly, and it really comes down to where they identify as veterans. So according to the DC VA Medical Center's recent point in time count, we have about 67 that have identified, but we believe the number would be close, probably more to about 150 to 160. But the biggest issue is getting those veterans to identify. However, it's a much better case than back in 2014 when we had about 450 plus. So we're seeing a large decrease, which I'm very happy about in this. So the short-term transitional homes like US Vets, Veterans on the Rise, and then the long-term like Help USA on the old Walter Reed campus is extremely beneficial for it.
I appreciate you bringing up the VA Medical Center and your concerns with its operations. Obviously, a couple residents testified with concerns earlier today. We've also, we've heard these concerns in the past. What are our next steps after the VA facilities market assessment comes out in March?
So we will present that information to the mayor and team, and then what will happen is the secretary of the VA will come back with the recommendations from that assessment of the top 5 locations for immediate kind of focus on rebuilds. And I highly believe that DC will be one of those. At that point, then we will work with DIMPED and the real estate manager and VA facilities to determine how we can do either a full rebuild or a partial rebuild or splitting the VA Medical Center in different locations around the district to best serve the National Capital Region.
And let's see, we're expecting. When do we expect the final, I guess, recommendation from the VA?
I would hope by later this spring. The market assessment should be out by March 15th, 2022, and then that's the last thing that comes out before what the VA is considered, like their version of BRAC, the Base Realignment Committee, would come out with their recommendation.
Okay. In your pre-hearing responses, Director, you said that you have not recently prepared an annual report, but that the annual report for the Office of Community Affairs can be found on their website and includes a section for OVA. I didn't see any report in the Office of Community Affairs websites for Veterans Affairs or for the Office of Community Affairs as a whole. Can you share the report that you're referencing?
Yeah, so I may have misspoke there. All the offices have developed annual reports. We're editing them right now, and they will be posted on through our websites here shortly. But the annual reports were generated for this year with Mocha's leadership, getting us to get those annual reports out. So they are done. They're just being finally edited, and then we will be putting them up on the websites.
Okay. Speaking of the Office of Community Affairs website, which your office shares, I have to say, and I've said this at previous hearings, that the website is particularly poor. It shows no upcoming community events, references the monthly roundtable in the wrong section, and only refers limited information about your services, almost all of which is 2 years out of date. And so it appears the website serves very little purpose at this point. And this is a consistent failure across the Office of Community Affairs, and one that I hope will be addressed soon. But I do see that you hired a full-time public information officer for website content creation. So how will this work when your information goes onto sort of the broader Office of Community Affairs website?
As in, how will we update it or place it in?
What will this PIO be doing with regard to website content?
The PIO's job is to develop the content, such as the videos, the graphics, and then we will work with the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, Public Information Officer, to publish that to the websites. And we will have a conversation with the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs to try to update that in a quicker fashion. But what the PIO is really doing is has background in editing, video editing, graphics. We'll be developing all the content itself and then place it on there.
Okay. The annual report, when it's done, do you anticipate sending it out to your subscribers?
Yes, we will definitely link it out to our newsletter.
Okay. So your agency benefits from a special fund supported by the sale of veteran-focused specialty license plates. And it looks like you had no expenditures of the fund generated by the sales of license plates in FY21, but it did generate a little over $21,372 in revenue. And I think there's about 40,000 sitting in that fund at this point. Did you have plans for that funding?
Yes. So throughout the pandemic, a lot of how those funds would be executed typically is for events, for in-person events, for branding for those events. With that on hold over the last 2 years, it's been more difficult to execute those funds. But because we've had our other funds, so that kind of is those special purpose revenue kind of sits there to assist us with, if we go over on the outreach fund, then we have these other funds to assist with that. As we are getting back into, DC is open, as we're getting back into more events, more in-person branding, things like that, I highly expect that we will be executing more of those funds.
How do you sort of measure or track the success of those of your outreach events when they do happen?
It comes down to, well, of course, attendance, but more of that than what comes out of those events. So it's like our roundtables. I've been very happy that almost every one of our programs today has come out of suggestions from those roundtables. So it's our truth on and then what the feedback we're getting from it. So for example, with the roundtables, I make sure I attend them. All my staff does. It's a way for us to have that boots on the ground response to, we kind of know how the programs are doing by the big numbers, the stats. But with the roundtables, I've been able to find out things I had no idea were going on because I'm hearing the truth from the actual user of the program. So that's very important to me. So am I getting that type of information out of the events is to me a success. And at the same time, does the event have a clear purpose? So this event is for recognition, let's say. Then are we recognizing the veterans we wanted to, and are they coming, and is that occurring? So the event needs to have a purpose, and is that purpose met? So the event will be a success if we define the purpose in the beginning.
You pay an annual membership dues for the National Association of State and Local Directors of Veterans Affairs. What is your participation in that organization look like?
So we, what we do is we meet monthly, and then we have 2 conferences that are, luckily for me, right here in Alexandria. So I don't have travel costs for those, right over the Doubletree in Alexandria. What it is every state director of Veteran Affairs, and then the 6 all 50 states, and then the 6 other, the district and the 5 other territories directors, we all come together at those events, at those large conferences and on those meetings. What we're doing is we're advocating towards the federal VA with that. And then they're also lobbying the federal VA and helping draft legislation with the federal VA based off of our testimonies and our information we're putting in to fix claims processes, to fix appeal processes, to fix possible things we're seeing at our medical centers. So it's really a combined voice of every state director to let the VA know how they're doing on their end and how we can advocate for the veterans in our jurisdiction. So it's a very vital source for us to be able to lean on each other when we're having a problem, because if one person knocking on the door, okay, but when 56 are knocking on the door, they tend to open it.
And I think it's only $800. So, seems like a good bang for the buck. And Director, you only met 18.3% of your CBE spend goal in fiscal year 21. Do you have a plan to improve that performance this year?
Yes, we already we're purchasing some. Every purchase I'm making. So if you go through those purchases, anything that wasn't CBE was typically proprietary software like VBMS licenses, things like that. So I'm ensuring that my staff works with our purchasing officer. We have the DSLBD list. Anything we're purchasing that isn't proprietary, making sure it's CBE processed.
I appreciate it. Do you expect that your CBE spend is going to be similar this year in FY22 as in FY21, or do you suspect that it'll be higher?
It'll be higher.
Okay. Chair Miller, I want to start by saying how much I appreciate that your board is meeting regularly and has no vacancies. And you've also established 5 committees. How frequently do your committees typically meet?
Well, we had a meeting this week, council member, and we are actually reshuffling the positions and the members of the different meetings. But on a regular basis, they will meet at least once a month. Prior to our meeting,
you have you now have a government affairs and policy committee. What policies have they considered so far?
Well, the one policy that I mentioned regarding the homestead exemption for veterans that are on 100%, there has been a tremendous amount of work for many years that has gone into that, and it finally became a bill. The bill finally became a law, and I mean, it was absolutely just devastating to the board, as well as many veterans here in the District of Columbia, that law was not funded. After all the years of lobbying and all the years of trying to get that bill approved or turned into a law, it finally happened. And then 2 years later, it was snatched right up from under all the veterans. So,
and this would, go ahead. You disagreed with or disagree with the CFO about the number of impacted veterans and therefore, the estimated cost is where are you getting your sort of estimated number from, and do you know where the CFO got his?
Okay, our information came from Department of Defense actuaries and VA data. Where the CFO got that number from, we're not exactly sure. It's certainly something that I think that we really need to revisit. And I'm not 100% sure as to whether or not that was the reason that that law was not funded. Possibly, I mean, 7.5 million is a pretty big number compared to 1.5 million, 1.7 million. So that's a major difference. It's something that I think will cause someone to pause for a moment. But we really need to get the accurate number, and so that, but more importantly, we need to get that law reenacted.
Getting the law reenacted and getting the more accurate number, my hope is that they will go hand in hand. But do either of you happen to know if the mayor's considering funding or including this legislation in her upcoming budget?
I have spoken with OPLA, and I provided the new cost estimate that we've had, and then I will allow them to take it from there. I do not know at this time.
Okay. And your cost estimate director reflects what Chair Miller suggested?
So my office is working with the DCVA Medical Center as well, that was able to provide us the actual true data of what they're listed for 100% disabled and veteran, 100% total and permanent disabled veterans in the district based off of their tracking numbers of their enrollment.
Okay. And this would, the homestead exemption would do what for disabled veterans?
So any veteran 100% total and permanent. So that means you've been rated at total disability at 100%, and it's not going to change. So 100% total and permanent. The first $500,000 of the property tax is waived.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, council member, I also would like to mention that possibly the number that the CFO came up with could be possibly, I'm not 100% sure, possibly they probably rolled in. There are other veterans that are 100% disabled. However, has not been rated as total and permanent. So you have a population of veterans that are at 100% disabled, that are total and permanent disabled, but then you also have other veterans who are at 100%, but it is not total and permanent. And so the language total and permanent is the important part of that language.
Okay.
And why we got a major difference in the numbers.
Okay, well, let's reconnect after the mayor's budget proposal comes down. If it's in there, I think our road ahead is easy. If it's not, then there's a challenge, but not insurmountable necessarily. So let's see what's in the mayor's budget proposal and then work together from there.
Okay.
On the committee, Chair Miller focused on veterans, business development, and employment. Have they sort of produced any work or issues at this point?
Yes, they have. Council member, we just had a meeting, we had a report, and I apologize because I don't have all the language that they reported to us just yesterday. But I can get that to you.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. And in your pre-hearing responses, you highlighted 5 top priorities. None of them seem to be related to providing advice. So how do your members ensure that the voices of veterans are being heard? And when I say providing advice, I mean providing advice to the Office of Veterans Affairs and the administration. So my question is, how do your members ensure that the voices of veterans are being heard and taken seriously by the administration?
Well, that is a very good question, and obtaining the information from the veterans is one avenue of doing that. Obviously, all our meetings are open to the public. Also, the monthly meetings we have for the round table with veterans to come in and discuss whatever it is that whatever their concerns are. So we gather information, and that which is, I mean, there's a lot of information being collected at those roundtables from veterans in the general public. So getting that information to MOVA, obviously MOVA's there as well in attendance, and then getting that information to the council members is something that I don't have the exact mechanism that's in place for us to do that, but we're going to work on that to get it, to make sure that happens.
I appreciate it.
If you have some type of specific concern that you're kind of alluding to.
No. So for our advisory boards and commissions and committees, the entities that work with our agencies, you know, the best performing agency in the city can still do better. And so I'm always encouraging our advisory boards to make sure they are giving critical feedback to the agencies that they support, to make sure we are, you know, pushing the administration, the council, our agency directors, even the absolute best ones, you know, to be better. And so I want to make sure the advisory board is pushing.
Okay.
Yep.
Well noted.
Finally, you mentioned that you indicated that you are working to develop a comprehensive veteran summit. Can you talk in a little more detail about your plans for this event?
Yes. We've held one summit thus far, which was you know, in our opinion, I think it was a big success, because we have had different groups of veterans addressing the different concerns that we thought were priority concerns of veterans here in the District of Columbia. And so I think it's important for us to continue having those forums, because we can continue to gather additional information from the veterans and get the most current and most recent concerns, and then try to, as you mentioned before, to express those concerns to the agencies as well as to the council, in order to get, you know, to correct whatever issues or concerns that the veterans have here in the District of Columbia. So this is something that a number of the states do on a regular basis. Again, this is the first time that we've held one here in the District of Columbia, but we feel that it can be very fruitful and helpful for our veterans here in the district.
When did you hold the summit previously?
I believe it was 2019.
Okay.
It was the summer of 2018.
Okay, prior to COVID. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So are you looking at you know, maybe virtual, hybrid, or in person for the next one?
In person. Hopefully we'll do it in person.
Yes, hoping.
Yes.
Well, Director Domingo and Chair Miller, I want to again thank you both for being with us today, also for the work that you're doing. But before we sort of let you depart, is there anything that we've left off that you think is important to touch on?
No, I think MOVA, you know, has had great support from MOCA and the mayor, and we're excited to get back. DC's open. We're excited to get back in person, excited to get our events going in person and virtual, and get out there and execute the mission.
Appreciate it. Well, thank you all. Thank you both. I appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now welcome Director Lamont Carey, who heads the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, to testify regarding the office, and also welcome Corwin Knight, Chair of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs.
Hey, good afternoon, Councilman White.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Mr. Knight?
I'm doing, man. I'm making it day at a time, one day at a time.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And Director Carey, welcome. We cannot see you yet.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
There we go. And your volume is on. I just want to.
I'm trying to see what we did. Give me a second.
Okay.
I don't see why it's not coming.
Camera. I created a webcam.
I'm sorry. We had to cut it off. So the feedback. Now I'm trying to figure out settings. My apologies.
No problem.
I don't know why it's not there.
There we go.
But that ain't on their end though. It's showing on our end, but not on theirs. So. Again, my apologies. Right. Chairman, we're gonna log out and log back in. That's fine.
Sounds good.
Okay.
That's an improvement.
I'm gonna go ahead and get on my head right quick. Hold on, stay right there.
Oh, good.
You got flip it. Can you flip it around? You upside down. That's it.
This technology is humbling. No matter how many times, how much time we spend on Zooms.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. We won't get it though.
We'll get it. There we are.
There we go.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see all three of you. Mr. Norman, good to have you as well. As I'm sure you all know, it's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I'm going to ask that you each raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Director Carey, we will start with you. And if you would, in your opening remarks, introduce Mr. Norman, who I know may field some of the questions.
Yes. Hello, everyone is doing. I have accompanied me today is Mr. Norman. He's the agency physical officer from Public Safety and Justice Cluster. Thank you, Mr. Norman, for joining us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And you can begin your testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman White, committee members, staff, and members of the public. I am Lamont Curry, the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. I want to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for her leadership, support, and vision for this office. I also want to thank Chairman White for your commitment to the mission of this office and for allowing me the opportunity to share the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs accomplishments and opportunities during this past fiscal year, along with its great impact on our community and the district as a whole. As a director and as a fierce defender of returning citizens and a committed advocate for returning citizens, I am proud to share MORCA's achievements, challenges, and solutions, ensuring that our agency and its stakeholders are well positioned to assist returning citizens within our city. Due to the global pandemic and our remote posture, like many other agencies, MORCA was challenged with reimagining our traditional models of support services delivery. With this in mind, we implemented a virtual approach by leveraging technology and leaning into the strong interpersonal relationships and partnerships established and nurtured prior to this unprecedented time. We also served as an intermediary and strong champion for our community, communicating and understanding their unique experiences and challenges with navigating through this crippling public health emergency and the impact felt by our returning citizens. Despite the challenges, in FY21, MORCA connected with 334 returning citizens and successfully referred them to critical services and resources. 112 were assisted by our Pathways to Work driver's license program. 20 households and families were approved for rental assistance through Stay DC. 385 individuals were connected to virtual employment and job readiness training. 140 referred to educational and vocational training, and 231 were referred to behavioral health services. MORCA also assisted 36 individuals with cases under the Reincarceration Reduction Amendment Act and compassionate release by creating home plans for their potential release. MORCA was instrumental in getting legislation changed that allow DC residents in halfway houses to access DC CARES funding. A total of 1,459 returned citizens each received $1,000 from the DC CARES program. I want to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser, the chairperson, and the 6 amazing organizations that made up the DC CARES outreach team to ensure this initiative was successful. MORCA partnered with Unity Healthcare to create a hotline for returning citizens released during COVID-19 to be connected to healthcare providers. We are currently working in collaboration with the Office of Chief Technology Officer in DC Public Libraries to provide laptops to close the digital divide that will be experienced by returning citizens now and in the very near future. MORCA has been in conversation with DC Public Libraries to have returning citizens take DC Public Libraries digital literacy programming. The pandemic has forced us to think differently about our lives, safety, and communities, including returning citizen population we serve. It amplified many of the challenges returning citizens face, such as technology, homelessness, employment, access to vital records. Under the leadership of Mayor Bowser and her administration, the determination to allow the returning citizens to have a second chance did not wane. As we were prepared to build new relationships to service returning citizens. During this fragile time, churches partnered with MORCA to provide over 200 care packages. Additionally, partner agencies and organizations work with us to provide over 25,000 PPE items to returning citizens, their families, organizations that work with returning citizens. Hope Village Men's Halfway House closing and relocating DC residents to Volunteers of America, a Federal Bureau of Prison halfway house in Baltimore, made it difficult for those residents to access MORCA and other DC services. To cope with this, MORCA provided the halfway house with literature to ensure that DC residents were aware of our services. We also provided care packages to residents and conducted 2 voter registration drives in partnership with the Board of Election. This reminded us that one of our biggest challenges is the majority of DC residents serving a prison sentence are under FBOP custody. This, MORCA is denied. I'm sorry, dropped off somehow. I'm sorry. MORCA released and MORCA is unaware. As a result, sometimes DC residents are released and MORCA is unaware. When this happens, it creates a need for emergency services and stresses government services as there isn't time to plan for reentry. MORCA continues to work to resolve this issue. MORCA workaround in FY21 was to partner with the Corrections Information Council to do inspections of FBOP facilities. While doing these inspections, MORCA can engage with DC residents, make them aware of our services, and provide pertinent information to the FBOP staff to distribute through their intranet, core links, and direct mail services to residents. We also place information in their newsletter to connect with DC residents. In addition, we partner with the Court Services Offender Supervision Agency, CSOSA, to engage virtually with DC residents across several BOP facilities. MORCA recently started conducting intake sessions to enroll DC residents in Volunteers of America's halfway house to assess their needs and refer them to services to strengthen their successful transition. MORCA has also partnered with Fairview Halfway House, which serves women offenders, as well as nonprofit organizations Broken Chains and Pedal Share to conduct several events for the women residents, specifically coat drives and an outside event for the women that to arrange flowers to give to the lesser fortunate and for themselves. MOCA relaunched the MOCA Georgetown Paralegal program, from which 10 returning citizens will graduate on February the 4th, 2022, and will begin interviews for one-year fellowships with high-profile law firms and businesses. Our office participated in myriad events to inform residents, including returning citizens and their families, about the importance of the vaccination. MOCA also hosted its own virtual webinar called Facts About the Vax for our returning citizen community. This initial webinar viewers audience asked for a continuation of these informational webinars. As a result, MOCA hosted 3 more webinars with guest hosts from DC Health, area medical and healthcare practitioner, and Senator Oye Wale, addressing healthcare issues pertinent to returning citizen population. MOCA is currently exploring how to use virtual platforms to host job fairs to bring future employers and returning citizens together. Collaboration is essential ingredient for success of reentry. MOCA has collaborated with faith-based, community-based, and governmental entities to enhance and improve societal engagement and service delivery for returning citizens. This year, MOCA worked with the Board of Elections to continue to enhance voting registration rolls. In FY21, alongside the BO8 and other organizations, MOCA registered 562 people in the FBOP, resulted in 264 ballots cast, 333 ballots cast in DC jail. MOCA continues to ensure it can reach the masses of returning citizens through its outreach efforts. MOCA has provided literature to local area jails so DC residents incarcerated in those facilities are aware of the office's services. Additionally, we partner with Ward 8 advocates in areas such as Woodland and Wingate Apartments, where we handed out gift cards totaling $6,300 for returning citizens and their families, and this was in collaboration with Serve DC and MOCA. Also, affordable housing is a challenge for many populations, especially for returning citizens. However, MOCA provided 18 housing vouchers for families. MOCA will represent itself at advocacy and criminal justice meetings to stay abreast of issues and concerns that affect returning citizens. MOCA is a representative on the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs and provide budgetary support to support its efforts such as resume writing workshops for returning citizens. In FY22, so far, MOCA has collaborated with Building Blocks DC initiative to provide free rides for returning citizens through the Promise initiative with for-hire vehicles that is soon to begin. One of our FY22 highlights was the mayor supporting MOCA to enhance the successful reentry of DC residents by allowing us to create returning citizen peer navigator program. This program allowed us to bring on 6 new additional staff. Their role is to strengthen the successful reentry of returning citizens who receive referrals by our case managers and workforce team. Their focus is to be an additional support system, troubleshoot, encourage, and guide returning citizens to ensure they follow through with their assessment and recommended treatment plans, supporting successful reintegration, and reducing the potential for reoffending. This new pilot program will allow us to focus on tracking the progress of returning citizens, identifying new barriers, and developing new resources. In FY22, MOCA is looking forward to strengthen our visibility, resources, and opportunities for returning citizens in the areas where the need is the greatest: vital records, voting, education, training, housing, and job placement. I thank you for this opportunity to inform the committee on MORCA's past year's accomplishments and operations. I am open to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Director. Chairman Knight, you can give your testimony.
Hello, everybody. Let me start off. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Council Committee on Facilities and Procurement, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Corwin Knight, Chairman of the Commission on Reentry and Return to Citizens, the Commission. Thank you for inviting me to testify at today's hearing to discuss my concerns and accomplishments of the Commission in advance of bettering the lives of returning citizens. I am honored to be the chairman of the Commission. Likewise, I am honored to serve alongside such a distinguished group of commissioners, many of whom are returning citizens themselves. This year, the pandemic has prevented the Commission on Reentry and Return to Citizens from pursuing and accomplishing a number of goals we set for FY 2021. Nevertheless, we made constructive use of the time available to use, and as a result, we were able to overcome some internal barriers as they related to consistent attendance of members at our monthly meetings and establishing a quorum for those meetings. Indeed, in FY 2021, the Commission's focus its energies on initiatives that helped us to build and strengthen the administrative infrastructure designed to improve accountability and promote greater involvement among the members of the group. In February 2021, my testimony was intended to bring exposure to the Commission by attracting returning citizens and non-returning citizens alike to help us to work towards our goals for the future. Since I have been chairman, the Commission has helped to facilitate passage of several pieces of legislation we believe will be meaningful and lasting impact upon returning citizens in our cities, as well as upon the families of incarcerated people. As you know, the Access to Jobs Amendment Act of 2020 provides financial incentives to employers who hire returning citizens. Through this legislation, a pilot program was implemented that was crafted to provide employers with grants to support employment for returning citizens. As a notable secondary benefit, the legislation also secured more funding for the Office of Returning Citizens to support its target population. The Commission also expressed its enthusiasm support for the Children of Incarcerated Parents Amendment Act, which mandates the needs of assessments to be conducted and subsequently used to determine how to provide for children whose parents are currently justice involved. While we are pleased that the act have passed and signed into law, it is imperative that the assessments be finalized and published in the immediate future so that we can deliver critical and essential support services to children in need, as well capture their attention and maintain their interest in the pursuit of social productive dreams and goals. In all candor, the Commission is frustrated by the lack of progress that it anticipated would be had with the passage of Access to Jobs Amendment Act 2020 and the Children of Incarcerated Parent Amendment Act of 2021. At this point, it appears that no jobs have been created for the returning citizens since the passage of the bill, and significant movement is still needed in the making and needs assessments of children of incarcerated parents in our city. While we understand that the pandemic has disrupted the operations of the whole of the local government in one way or another, however, again, we are disappointed by the lack of progress of the two initiatives and believe as a city, we should do better to realize the promise associated with the passage of the two acts. Largely due to the pandemic influences throughout FY 2021, services normally provided by Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens, MORCA, were somewhat limited population it served. So consequently, MORCA staff seems to focus its energy more on community outreach activities related to the city's response to the pandemic. Indeed, it is our hopes that MORCA will be able to fully return to on-site operations during FY 2022 so that it can concentrate more on its staff resources on case management services to returning citizens during this awkward and complicated time in the history of our city. In our considered opinion, returning citizens in our city deserves a fair shot to enter into the middle class. That they have navigated DC personally and professionally with a criminal record, and in of itself presented a major barrier to their successful reentry. With a serious commitment from the local government to support our cause, we believe that any barrier to our success can be overcome, and we know that legislators like yourself are determined to help us to get there. Moving forward, I would like to discuss our plans to work on legislations to improve the hiring practices for returning citizens. Concerning that status of the enforcement of DC Ban the Box statute, we are of belief that the existing law should be strengthened in a way that encourage employers and human resources officials to not only hire worthy and well-qualified candidates for positions with their organizations, but that the city should provide incentives for those who retain these candidates for at least 1 year in the position in which they were hired. At this point, it appears too many returning citizens who make it to the final stages of recruitment process still tend not to be hired, and these that get hired tend not to retain for a year or more. We are not entirely certain why this is the case. Nevertheless, we strongly believe that more needs to be done to allow the returning citizens to be hired and retained in the positions for which they are qualified. We are confident that more can be done to develop and promote an increasing number of program opportunities for returning citizens to find and keep work in the Washington metropolitan area. And we are counting on the executive office of the mayor and the council of the District of Columbia to help us to realize this goal. In short, the commission intends to work with city and returning citizens of DC to empower and enrich the lives of the population that we represent, as well as help to keep the District of Columbia safe, stronger, and thriving. As chairman of the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens, my vision is to increase general awareness of the DC community and the work of the commission, and to have district residents unite for the common purpose and goal of actively helping to reintegrate returning citizens into our diverse population. Indeed, we believe that a meaningful way should be found to enfranchise the category of local returning citizens. This concludes my testimony, and I'm available for questions if you have any for me.
You know, we do have questions, so I appreciate it. Thank you both for your testimonies and for the work that you do. It is critically important. Let me start with some questions for Director Carey. I was intrigued in your testimony about the assistance that you all are providing for people with cases under the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, or IRA. Could you explain what that assistance is that you're providing for the IRA folks?
Yes. So what generally happens is a lawyer that is going to represent them in their petition with the court contacts us, and case management coordinator works with the law firm and the individual to develop a home plan on how MORCA can assist them in accessing the necessary things that they're going to need in order for them to successfully reintegrate. So whether that is access to IDs, well, first birth certificates and social security card IDs, or if they have some mental health challenges, how we can connect them to various organizations and sister agencies that can help meet those needs of those individuals if they are granted release.
Okay. And your testimony, you also indicated that you're working with Octo and the DC Public Libraries to provide laptops to returning citizens. What do you anticipate will be the scope of that program?
Well, we're still fine tuning what the overall scope of it in terms of how many of those laptops that we will receive to provide to returning citizens, but the requirements that they have to be a returning citizen, that individual has to be a DC resident, that they have to be 18 or over and not currently have a computer.
Okay. And how much funding is dedicated to this program?
Well, I have to get back to you on that. I don't know that amount.
I appreciate your work on our Restore the Vote initiative that Corwin Knight and the commission really led on to register incarcerated residents to vote and help them exercise their right to vote. You mentioned the number of folks who voted, but can you share more about what your work on this look like in terms of, helping folks get registered or partnering with others to help people get registered and to vote?
So 2 things that we did. One, we contacted we contacted several prisons, and mainly the reentry coordinator to ensure that the ballots have arrived at the institution. We also informed family members and returning citizens in the community to make them aware so that they can make their loved ones aware that they currently do have the right to vote. And if anyone had contacted us about some challenges with not receiving a ballot or not receiving the voter registration form, we will do 2 things: contact voter registration. The third thing was contact the institution to address that this had been an issue. And in some cases, we were told they just have to ask, like the case manager will have it, but they didn't. They hadn't passed it out. One incident, it had been in. They had offloaded them in the docking area, and nobody brought them out. And this was so. Those were some things that we actively did in the pursuit of making sure that DC residents that's incarcerated were able to vote and exercising their right to vote.
Are there steps that we can take or even take with partners to expand the number of residents who are incarcerated who know that they have the right to vote and make sure they're connected to voter registration?
So I think one of the best things that we can do is get the word out in the community. The average individual that's incarcerated calls home, writes home. And so if the family or loved ones that they're connected to in the community can make them aware of this new right and to exercise that, encourage them to exercise that right. I think that is one way that we can get the word out quicker. 2 is to remain vigilant as we are in making sure that every organization that we all come in contact with know this as well, if they have contact with individuals in the institution, as well as making sure that the Federal Bureau of Prison has the literature beforehand on that they do have the right to vote. And the last thing I would say, since we started doing trips with CIC, a part of that inspection process where we get to engage DC residents, we also inform them that they have the right to vote. And those that we have spoken with, majority of them said that they actually did participate in voting.
And those family members, if they're going to spread the word, that means they have to know. So how do we make sure family members know that their loved ones who are incarcerated have the right to vote?
So there are several steps that MORCA is taking, and I'm encouraging everyone that is tuned in. One, we're in the process of creating flyers that, one, we can distribute on social media, two, that we can pass out inside of the office, three, when we are engaging in community engagement, we can make it accessible to them as well there. And so what I will encourage is that for organizations that are working with this population and not working with this population is to, one, get connected with Morca, and as we develop this communication, we will make it available to them. And we are also, so those are several ways that we are initially going to spread the word. Another thing that we've done that we can also utilize to spread the word, the Federal Bureau of Prisons put out a newsletter, I believe it's every quarter, and we can write in the newsletter as we did before to make DC residents that are in federal custody aware that MOCA exists. And so we can also use this platform to make them aware that they do have the right to vote while serving time.
So that's something you plan to do? Is
yeah, that's something that we're working on, but we're already in conversations with the Board of Elections on gearing up to do the push again that happened last year to make sure that the voter registration forms and things of that nature are getting inside of the institutions.
Okay, and you will publish something in the Bureau of Prisons newsletter?
Yes, we will. That is what will be one of our goals. We've already done it, but it wasn't on voter registration. It was strictly on making them aware of MOCA and that, yeah.
Okay. And I understand that that the office hosted 4 informational webinars on subjects of interest to returning citizens. What were those subjects?
So the first 2 was on COVID. We brought on medical professionals and individual returning citizens that had been impacted by COVID. We wanted to give returning citizens and their family members an opportunity to ask the most pressing questions so we can remove barriers that may be preventing them from getting the vaccine. And so we did 2 of those. And then the other 2 that we did had focused on mental health.
Okay. What was the turnout for those webinars? What was the turnout like?
So the first one, I believe it was around 20 individuals. And the last one, I may have to check with the number, but it was a little larger.
The new Returning Citizens Peer Navigators program in your office is funded with federal funding that's time limited. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, what's the plan for when that federal funding runs out?
So our goal is to make sure that the peer navigators are able to execute the program in a significant way. It was like a missing piece of what Morca needed. And so the ultimate goal is that it will roll over into our local funds.
Okay, so the hope is that the program will continue?
Yes, and it's already starting off at a great start.
Federal Bureau of Prisons uses core links, their intranet, that folks who are incarcerated can use to contact people outside of the facility. How often do residents contact Morca using core links?
So I will have to check that exact amount, how often they contact us through core links, but I do know we get a lot of snail mail through the post office from them, but I can check on core links.
Okay. And the audit partnership with the Corrections Information Council, or CIC, how has that been going, and what have you all learned so far?
So far, we was able to go on one trip at this point to Petersburg, but visited 2 facilities. So some of the things that we learned were at this specific facility is that individuals want to be home. they want to be closer to home. Individuals want access to more programming. Individuals felt excluded because they were saying that sometimes that federal laws that get passed that is benefit federal inmates doesn't benefit DC residents, like the First Step Act. So that was some of their concerns. But the bigger concern was being in the pandemic and being housed for long periods of time. But what we were able to do is to connect by touring the facility. We were able to find out of some of the offerings, the programming offerings that exist there. But the most important thing was the ability to connect with their reentry team and to try to work out how we can become more a part of that reentry process.
So what was the goal of this audit partnership? What was the goal of this?
So the primary goal was, one, to be able to have a firsthand look at DC residents that are housed across the country. Two was to make them aware that MORCA exists and that how to connect with MORCA. Because as you know, one of our biggest barriers is that the Federal Bureau of Prison gives us really no information in regards to when an individual will be released. And I know that one of the speakers earlier has said that they had wished that reentry programming can connect to the individual before they get released. But that is a barrier to us. And so we had to find workarounds. And so our workarounds was to engage the reentry coordinators within the Federal Bureau of Prison and to make sure that our literature is inside of the institutions and a part of the intranet. And that's why I was happy to hear when one of the speakers actually said he found out about MORCA while inside the institution from a flyer.
So is this partnership making progress with creating transition plans before people are returning home?
So the partnership, so it is fruitful, but being able to create transitional plans is something that we are not able to implement in that short span of time. What we are able to do, one, is to engage every DC resident that comes down to participate in the CIC gathering of information on how they're being treated, what they get access to. We're able to introduce MORCA and tell them about MORCA services, but we're not capable of starting to create their reentry plan, but we do encourage them to follow up with us. Another thing is that we are not able to leave them without literature, but we are able to give it to staff to give to them after they leave, but we cannot hand them nothing during this process.
And that there's no path to like an MOU or something with the Bureau of Prisons that would allow us to develop these transition plans and get more information about who's incarcerated?
That is my hope, is that with the new leadership that comes on, that we will be able to create that kind of a relationship. That is the hope.
With what new leadership?
When the Federal Bureau of Prison new director. So the goal is to be able to sit down, have a conversation, to talk about the barriers that exist for MORCA and how, if there's a way forward where we can create an MOU. Because one of the things that we were told why we couldn't get the information is because we weren't considered law enforcement. And only law enforcement can get that kind of information. And it's limited even with law enforcement, because they can only inquire about a specific individual to get information. So we're looking at our relationship with CIC as well as conversations with the Congresswoman who've all been trying to figure out, are there another way that we can be included in the MOU? So there's several avenues that we're looking at.
We're a year into this new administration, the Biden administration. What steps in the past year has the office taken to develop this MOU?
So we've reached out. We've had conversations with the councilwoman. The congresswoman on helping us address this issue. We thought that we had a way forward, but when we contacted the Federal Bureau of Prison, when the Federal Bureau of Prison was contacted, they were saying that this route isn't what we thought it was. We thought that if CIC had the information, that they could give it to us, but that isn't how it works.
Right, which is not an MOU. And so when was that discovered?
This was probably somewhere between 4 to 6, maybe 4 to 8 months ago.
Okay, so at that point, what have we done since then?
So since that point, we just been trying to continue to have conversations with the FBOP to continue to be able to provide information on how we can share what MOCA does while we explore whatever avenues exist for us to potentially have an MOU.
All right. This continues to seem like an achievable goal to me, but like year after year, it just doesn't seem to move at all, and it doesn't appear to be a priority. What would it take to get this MOU done?
Chairman, I assure you, if we knew exactly what that was, we would have pursued it and have the MOU in place. And this is a priority for MOCA. And one of the things with our engagement with the FBOP is that we discovered that they will and they have put in for like social security cards, because we was explaining to them that when an individual is released, having to be able to obtain that social security card and birth certificate, at minimum at the social security card, it puts them behind 2 weeks. And so what they told us is that they will provide fill out the form for the individual and send in the social security form so that the individual, when they release, they can have the social security card, as well as they will provide the form, but they, meaning the individual that's incarcerated, will have to pay for the birth certificate themselves. And so we're always looking at how we can improve the relationship, but the ultimate goal, which is a priority, is establishing a relationship with the BOP where we have access to that vital information regarding release of returned citizens, the DC residents that will become returned citizens.
It doesn't seem like there's a plan right now. So it seems like they got tried to go down a road, that road didn't work, and now sort of, we're waiting on something, but like nothing's going to happen without us, trying to move this forward. So we will continue working with you, but we have got to move this forward, particularly while we have a Democratic administration in the White House. You recently joined the Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Assistance's National Reentry Coordinator Network. What does this membership entail? What's the point of this this organization or network?
So it's a collaboration of criminal justice reform agencies and nonprofits that come together to talk about challenges that exist for reentry. And our goal for being a part of it is to learn what is working in other parts of the country that we can potentially adapt that will benefit DC residents who are returning citizens.
Okay. And what has been the office's role in planning the development of a new parole commission in DC?
So we have been a part of the conversation to give out our insight in terms of what we believe can make the parole board work smoother, how it can benefit, some of the pros and cons that we may have learned from either personal experiences and from what DC residents have experienced with dealing with the U.S. Parole Commission in terms of being released. So that's what we do. We make recommendations, and we also provide insight on how to make the process smooth.
Well, what's the workers' recommendation on what we should do with the parole commission?
You mean, you said what is our recommendation?
Yes.
One, we're for that parole being turned back over to local control.
Okay.
Two, we wanted them to take into account the barriers that exist for individuals who are incarcerated that may cause them to get an additional set-off day. Sometimes there's things such as you may have had an infraction at the beginning of your prison sentence, but then 10 years down the line, it may still be held against you. But for most individuals that go into prison, their first couple of years may be a little rough, and they may encounter infractions that place them in a hole, that made them lose good time. But I don't think that we should be looking at an individual's 10 years from that time and still holding those initial infractions against them.
Okay. So the office supports a local parole commission as opposed to the courts. I know some people have advocated that it should be done by the courts. You believe it should be a local parole commission?
I believe that DC is capable of overseeing, taking back control over, and representing our city and our individuals who are incarcerated. I think we better understand the challenges that they face. I think because they're being released to us, we understand not only the challenges, but the things that they will need in order for them to have a real second chance.
Okay. I appreciate that. As you know, the committee has been advocating for a transition to smaller residential reentry centers across the district. What has your office been hearing from agency partners and returning citizens on this issue?
So we have, I've heard communities that are for, that family members want their loved ones in their closer to home, and there hasn't been, with family members, I haven't heard conversations on size. I know Mocha's role is to, regardless of whatever the mayor and the council eventually chooses, our goal is to support whatever facility that exists. Our goal is to connect to returning citizens and make sure that they are connected to the services that are going to help them. So that's our focus, is whatever the facility is, that we are able to engage our residents.
All right, let me push you on that a little bit, right? So if there was an education proposal, the education agencies would take a position. If there was a transportation proposal, the transportation agencies would take a position. But the administration does not seem to take a lot of positions on returning citizen issues, and a halfway house is critically important, as I'm sure you know. So why is the agency or the administration not taking a position on this?
Well, I haven't had my instructions have been that we engage whatever entity that takes on that responsibility. It's out of my control on who that is or what size that is. I leave that to my leader, who is Mayor Muriel Bowser, and I will follow her lead, but I know at this juncture that my main responsibility is to connect to DC residents that are in the process of coming home and being able to connect them to services that's going to aid them to be on a path to successful reentry in the middle class.
All right, we're going on like 2 years with no halfway house. And I mean, we got to get something done. These are our residents. So I'm going to say again, I'm not going to stay on it too long because I hear you. But you know, the administration has got to help move this across the finish line. It has been dragging too long, and it's just not good for the city. So I understand that it's your plan for the office to assume administrative control over the transportation subsidy program no later than the end of the fiscal year. I'm happy to hear about that. This is something we've been asking for a couple of years now. Do you have a more precise timeline for when that transition will happen?
No, not at this point, but I know it's going through its administrative processes, and it may not be as far off as the end of the fiscal year. My hope is that it happens much sooner, but there is no definite date of when we will have control of it. But that is the process that it is going through.
What steps are left? Because we got 7 months left in the fiscal year. So I will hope it won't take that long, but what steps are left?
Well, from my understanding, the communication to me is that it is still going through its administrative processes to be able to turn over the control to us. And so that is the information that I have. And I was told that it was more than likely going to happen sooner than the end of the year.
Okay, who's in charge of the administrative process? Like who's working on it now?
So I don't know who exact. I know the OCFO is who the hands that is in now.
Okay.
But I don't know the exact person.
Okay. Just trying to figure out the agencies with the OCFO. Okay. Can you get an update and report back to the committee on the timeline?
Yes, I actually tried to get an update a couple of days ago, but I will do it again.
Thank you. And does the office, do you intend to post on your website and social media accounts the information about the transportation subsidy program?
So in the past, we had not done that. But every individual that gets released, that comes into our office, that we make them aware of the transportation subsidy program. And we even have an ongoing process where if an individual comes into MORCA and is interested in receiving these smart trips, we add their names to a list that we supply to our partner, and they are distributed on Mondays.
Is there any reason not to sort of publicize the program on social media to make more people aware, or on your website?
No, actually, that is something that we're planning to do moving forward. Great. But that wasn't something that we had done in the past. We want the residents to know about this, but again, that was something that we did not do in the past, but we are going to do.
Great. Yeah, how much of the transportation subsidy funding has been spent in? How much of it was spent in FY21?
If I may, council member, I can follow up with you with that. I thought I had it.
Here's what I read. Maybe somebody from your team can find it, and we can come back to that. And I'll also ask about how much is spent thus far in FY22. So is there someone else from your team who can look into it?
Actually, if you give me 1 second.
Certain.
In FY21 and FY22, a total of 2,048 cards were distributed over the 2 fiscal years. In FY21, 1,368 cards were distributed, and in FY22, 680 cards were distributed so far. What is currently left over, there is 1,285 cards remaining with a balance of 38,550. The initial amount of funds that were made available was $100K.
Okay, so let me go back to fiscal year 21. How much was available and how much was used?
So I don't have if I can get back to you on the exact amount of cards that were available.
Okay, I'm more interested in the funding than the number of cards. Okay. So how much?
So initially it was 100. They said 100,000 was available.
Okay, and how much of that was used in FY21?
So that number I will have to come back to you.
Okay. And final question in this round regarding the Children Impacted by Parental Incarceration Amendment Act of 2021. I understand that you plan to meet with local universities to complete the required needs assessment. When do you plan to do that?
So we've had conversations on what this process potentially looks like. And one of the things that we were told that it is a heavy lift. And I know that the council wants this done, and I understand the need for it. But MORCA is trying to figure out how we will be able to hire or give funds to an organization to carry out the research when there is no funding in our budget to help with doing the research and the development of the plan on how to meet their needs.
Help me better understand what the challenge is. What makes this such a heavy lift?
So there were several scenarios that were provided, and one was that if they looked at the returning citizens that come into MORCA office, they are mostly not custodial parents. This is what one of the conversations was. They wouldn't be able to provide that level of insight. And also, if the researchers, one was cautioned about engaging the actual children because they didn't want to potentially cause additional harm. And so the conversation centered around what this pool of children could possibly be and what will be the best approach. And so it was talked about the dedication that will have to be put towards this effort and the manpower. And they also asked about, even with what we talked about last year, that this may be more doable with organizations or agencies that are already dealing with children, and they maybe just be able to uncover that some of those children are children of incarcerated parents, similar to with DC Public Schools where they talked about a part that they have a question that a family member can choose to answer that question, and then they will be initially connected to, I think, I won't say what it was because I want to make sure that I quote it right, but that was some of the conversation when I talked to potential researchers for this kind of project.
All right, I just want to note that we funded this in the FY22 budget, and I didn't anticipate that this was something that was going to involve people who come into workers' office or anything that children fill out. But there are surveys that go home to parents through the schools to understand various needs and to assess those needs. So this seems doable, but let's continue this conversation later. Let me turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Good afternoon to all of you. Apologies for joining late. It is one of those days. You are my third hearing today. And I just want to go ahead and jump right in. Director Carey, most of my questions are specifically related to you. And they're specifically about women in our system. I feel like oftentimes when we're talking about returning citizens and reentry programs, we are oftentimes only focusing on the men. And I would like to talk about the women. My first question, though, is around just what does our census demographic look like in this regard? So my staff tried to find some numbers in terms of how many women from the District of Columbia are currently incarcerated. Would you know that number or?
No, but I can follow back up with you and see if I can secure that number.
Well, I guess the question, something that you might know in terms of in this last year, the number of returning citizens that we have had, how many women have engaged with your office? I don't know if you break it out by gender, but I'm just curious.
MOCA connected with 131 women.
131 women. And what's that like in comparison to the men population?
Well, this last year we saw 934.
Okay.
And so that is the comparison. Yeah.
That is a big difference.
Well,
but important.
Yeah, very important.
Nonetheless, because I think that, even sort of jumping off the conversation that you had with Councilmember White about children with incarcerated parents, it looks a little different, right? When we're dealing in terms of women. And so I'm curious, has your office done any analysis or seen any particular unique needs of returning women versus men in the district?
So I can tell you what the services that were most requested by the women that we connected them to.
Yes.
So again, we saw 131 and provided services. The primary resources the female clients utilized MOCA for was the Pathways ticket program, identification cards, birth certificates, and employment.
Okay. Those sound like the, I guess in many ways, it sounds like the type of services that anyone who would reach out to your office would access, right? The basics of needing to, hey, I need an ID card to be able to apply for, whatever. I need my birth certificate to be able to get X, Y, or Z. We know that, data wise, well, I guess just a question in general. How does your office work in connection with the Department of Behavioral Health? Because I imagine that for some folks who are returning, it might be valuable for them to seek mental health counseling or therapy in terms of their restorative justice practices, et cetera. What does that relationship look like between the two agencies?
So we have a relationship with the Department of Behavioral Health and several mental health, behavioral health organizations. I'm flipping through here to see if I can give you some exact numbers on how many that we recently engaged.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
If you need to follow up,
Yeah.
that's totally fine. You know, I just want to make sure that we have those services available and that we're making them available, you know, regularly in terms of referrals to folks who say, hey, I need to talk to somebody or something to that effect. We can make that happen.
If I may.
Yep, go ahead.
So when an individual first comes into MORCA and goes through our intake process, they meet with one of our case managers. And the case manager does an assessment to try to determine what the needs are and what the wants. And if behavioral health is one of the needs that is mentioned, we begin to try to connect them to Department of Behavioral Health so that those needs can be met.
Okay. Okay. I think last year we talked a little bit about the halfway house and the plans that were happening there, but also the challenges that folks face, especially now having to travel, you know, from Baltimore, et cetera. But that was really focused in terms of the men's facility. In terms of the women from halfway house perspective, excuse me. How are things going there?
We actually have a really good relationship with the women's halfway house. I mean, most recently, we recommend organizations to build relationships, and we even sometimes make that direct connection with the director of the Fairview Halfway House. We also collaborate with them to put on events. Most recently, we did a clothing drive with an organization named Broken Chains. And then we collaborated with an organization called Pedal Share that receives like large amounts of flowers. And so the event was for the women to arrange the flowers, put them in vases to be able to give to maybe women in shelters or just women in general, but also for the women to take and be able to have it in their own room, just part of being back connected to society as a whole. So we do events with them. Also recently, safety and making sure that we can prevent individuals in these halfway houses from contracting the virus. We provided them PPE. So we do what we can to make sure that we can be very supportive of not just the women's halfway house, but the men's halfway house as well.
Thank you. I'm out of time on this round.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. All right, let me jump back in. So I do want to note, just, you know, before we move away from the children impacted by parental incarceration, we put $50,000 in the budget on this. So we got to be able to move this forward. You know, this is schools already asked for a good bit of information, and this doesn't seem like it should be such a high hurdle to get this added in there. There may be things I'm missing. If so, I'd like to know sort of as specifically as possible what the challenges are, so that we can work with you to overcome them. Does that work? Can we work together on that, Director?
Yes, if I may, I wanted to call on Mr. Norman to see if you could speak to I know that we had conversations about to see if there were anything that was placed. Can you give us about the children, the 50K that he mentioned? Is there?
Yes, again, I think, it's currently in the line item budget is, on one CSG. So what we're trying to do is repurpose those funds to match where it should be spent into the budget. So again, I've been working with the director to make sure we have that happen. And again, actually the reprogram is already in process of being submitted to OB, Office of Budget and Plan for approval. So I don't think there'll be any issue or concerns with having that budget available within the next 2 or 3 weeks at the most.
I appreciate it. This is normal type of reprogramming. So
yes, sir.
I appreciate it. The paralegal fellowship program, graduates will be interviewing with area law firms for a 1-year fellowship. Will there be opportunities for the fellows to extend their tenure after the 1 year has ended?
So that conversation has never been brought up in the conversations that I've had with Georgetown in regards to the program. The focus has been to be able to secure law firms and other entities to be able to provide the 1-year fellowship. But the ultimate goal is that when the 1-year fellowship is over, that they become a permanent member of the law firm or the organization staff.
And so do we talk to any of the law firms to ask, say, hey, after the 1 year, will it be possible for them to stay if performance is strong?
Well, yes. So one of the law firms I had that conversation with about when the fellowship ends, will the individual be able to stay on? And they were basically saying it depends on their output, depends on how they do as paralegals inside of that firm.
All right, so you've had that conversation with one firm, but not with the others?
Yes, because most recently, Georgetown was still trying to finalize what law firms that was going to participate. And so I didn't have the complete record of all of the organizations or law firms that was going to be engaged in order for me to have that conversation.
Okay. During the last performance oversight hearing, you stated that the Access to Jobs pilot program would be up and running by June 2021. It's now February 2022. And I understand that the program still hasn't been stood up. What's the delay on that?
So there has been several factors that played a part, but I do believe we have the correct support now to be able to stand the program up. We're having conversations with Serve DC that is helping us look through to see where we need to strengthen the RFA or the ANOFO to make it a valuable vehicle, one, not just for the employers, but also for returning citizens. But I also must say, during our conversations on trying to stand the program up and following all the elements that you would like in the program, which consists of life skills, workforce development, as well as having a returning citizen mentor. And we were wondering how we can potentially find all of that under one roof and be able to figure out how to support an organization that can, an organizational field that can meet all the goals that you saw fit to implement into this program. Because right now, somebody may be taking workforce development with one organization and maybe doing life skills with another organization and maybe doing mentoring with a whole separate organization. So we're trying to see what organization that houses all of that, and so that we can create a direct line where all of the desires that you have that to make the qualification for a person to participate in the program are met.
So you don't think you'll be able to find a program that meets all the needs?
So so we're still, I know like Catholic Charities has a returning citizen mentoring program. Also know that Catholic Charities does life skills. And so the goal is to have a conversation with them and identify other organizations that provide all of those things that you require for individuals to participate in the program, having that versus an individual that comes to Morca that has been unemployed for 3 months that can really benefit from this. And then we have to find a returning citizen mentoring program for them to fit in.
Okay. This got funded in FY21 with $379,000. So we've been sort of a long time figuring this out. What are the steps ahead on this? What steps need to be taken, and how long do you think it'll take?
So my hope is that we will get it up and running. I want to aim for the end of the second quarter. That is depending on if we're able to meet all of the requirements that you have placed in the legislation in terms of, and if the organizations can be able to be able to bring out people on, because a lot of times we do run into waiting lists, but that is our goal, is to get this up and running as soon as possible.
So you're looking for an organization that can meet all of these goals?
Well, that is the goal of trying to find an organization that can potentially house all of those. Again, we know that Catholic Charities is an organization that provides some of it. We know, so that is the goal. One is looking at what is missing from what we're about to put out so that we can fill those gaps. So we present a grant opportunity that will interest employers for one.
But why not put it out for competition? Like, why are you trying to find an organization that can do all these things when normally we bid things out? We say, here's the grant, apply if you can meet this need.
Okay, that was also part of the conversation. Again, that was my thinking on how we can execute it in the best way, but duly noted what you said.
All right. My hope and expectation is that this grant can be put out before the budget hearing. If we've been looking, it doesn't seem like there's enough support coming from the administration on this, because this bid could have been put out a long time ago. So if you can talk to your folks internally about putting this out to bid, and circle back with us within the next 2 weeks to let us know if that is something that cannot be done. For the 6 residents who are in the process of securing housing to use their housing vouchers. How long do you expect that process to take?
Because the residents are approaching the housing providers, trying to find the place that they want to live and find a housing provider that will accept the voucher. Like I don't know exactly how long it will take, but I can follow up with my case manager to determine what is the typical time frame from when the individual is approved for the voucher to the time that they move into their new home.
How much, excuse me, rent does the voucher cover?
So I will double check, but if my memory serves me, that some of the requirements, I believe that the voucher does cut. Before I speak, I'll double check and circle back.
Okay.
I'll circle back.
And we've received testimony, hopefully you heard some of that today, that stakeholders and advocates have asked for information on your worker selection criteria and application process for distributing the housing vouchers. What's the selection process? How do you decide who gets a voucher and who doesn't?
So some of the selection process is one, that an individual have to be a returning citizen, complete MOCA registration, must complete an intake with a reentry case manager, receive referrals to resources to address the needs, recommended to be placed on MOCA's housing waiting list, because we actually have a list currently with 101 individuals that are looking to secure a voucher to move into their place. Income. So there's an income requirement. It's an extremely low income of $27,100, but that may change in the next couple of months. Another requirement is they will have to complete a housing screening questionnaire, submit information to provide with housing application, which consists of birth certificate, social security card, ID, proof of residency, and must make sure that clients meet DC Housing Authority criteria. So one of the challenges that get people eliminated from the process of having access to a housing voucher through DC Housing Authority is some sexual crimes. Immediately gets them out of the running to access a voucher.
All right, so in terms of criteria though, so I understand like process, a lot of these are, you got to apply for this thing and you got to, fill out and submit these forms. But the only things I heard in terms of criteria are that they have to be a returning citizen, make less than $27,100, and not sort of have committed some type or types of sexual offenses. Is that the only criteria? Anybody who sort of meets those 3 can apply?
No, they also can have an open pending case. Proof of case will need to be approved, not already receiving a subsidy with another program unless it's in the transitional housing. Residency, all applicants must be DC resident, live in DC for at least 6 months. Documentation must provide all required documentation that I mentioned before.
Okay. Can you share this with the committee and with others in writing so that people just know like who they should refer and not refer?
Yes. Yes. So we're working on that now to be able to put that, make that available to the community.
I appreciate it. And the 6 residents who are in the process of, so we funded 20 housing vouchers. Did all the vouchers get used last fiscal year?
Yes, it was 18. All of them have been used.
Okay. Let me move to Chairman Knight. In your testimony, Chairman, you mentioned that there were some internal barriers that could affect consistent attendance and establishment of a quorum for commission meetings. Can you talk more about how you improved accountability and promoted greater involvement?
Yeah, well, just kind of, again, reinforcement and following up with the individuals and having my one-on-one conversations with them about participation and everything. We've been able to establish, like I said, a better attendance in the quorum because we've been using the WebEx anyway, right? So we got the web platform, and that really gave us the opportunity to have an established quorum and full attendance. So for the whole year, we've been able to accommodate that and fix that. Plus, we did a retreat as well. The retreat was real powerful, 2-day retreat that really motivated and boosted, our commissioners to really be actively engaged, and then kind of have this, we got a long drawn out plan set up. And so we've already been engaged and just kind of doing some activities and stuff like that, which really been real good with us.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm really glad to hear about what's happened with attendance at the meetings. I think virtual meetings make a lot of sense. I hope, we can do more meetings in person in the future, but at least having the option to join virtually will help move things along substantially. And I do empathize with your frustration, Chairman, about the lack of progress with the Access to Jobs pilot program that this committee funded 2 budget cycles ago. What's your perspective on the office's lack of implementation?
I just feel like, we can do a better job with collaboration, open line of communication, partnering, and just kind of, because again, that's what the commission is here for, to provide much needed resources. And I feel like, we should have been able to really, even because of the pandemic, we were kind of closed in. But it really gave us the opportunity to do some development, right? Some develop plans or really work on some things that can really make an impact on return of citizens. Because again, my frustration and my disappointment is because if we had this program set up and it was working right now, right, that would have been 20 jobs or 40 jobs a year for an individual to be working right now, right? And so I feel like we losing like that again, not spending money, right? It's put us in it put us in a bad situation to say we keep giving you money, but you ain't spending it, right? Yeah. And so when we keep advocating for money or more funding, and we get pushed back because all they had to do is go back and look at our books and say, hey, you ain't spent this. So why should we keep giving you funding for other initiatives when you haven't spent the money on the initiative that you got in place right now? Right. So that's kind of has been my real frustration about that. And then I've reached out to director personally, saying it, just kind of ask, hey, how can I help? Or, just kind of, what can I do to just kind of assist with my resources? Because I got a wealth of resources and connections that can really set up the payroll system, and the other parts of the system. And again, you talked about it, even with the process of trying to put the initiative together, we have to source it out, right? To anything over $10,000, you have to put out you got to source it out anyway, right? Yeah. So you just can't allocate money to one organization to try to get them to work this thing out, because that money has to be sourced out under PASS, under OCP, and all of these other things under contract and procurement. So that's something we really need to think about. Like, how can we help these small businesses and small organizations that do good work, that also do workforce development, mentoring and coaching, life skills, establish all of these different types of things that that you would like to implement in that program, you know, we can do individual contracts, right? That you can source out again. You can source these out, and you know, and get all of these competitive people to apply for this money. That money can really serve a great purpose for small companies and small businesses and organizations that can really use that money in the back end. So I mean, it's so many different ways that we can kind of, again, if we just have a dialogue and communication and really sit down and work together, right? These are some things that we can really push through, we can get through, we can work through. And I feel like that's something we need to start doing in 2022.
Now, if I may.
Sure.
Chairman Knight, I am open to having that conversation. It will be the first time that that I've heard this. So I'm looking forward to us being able to sit down and have this conversation.
Definitely. That'd be a good move.
Similarly, on the implementation of our Helping Children Impacted by Parental Incarceration Amendment Act, from your perspective, what more is needed to help move us along on this? And do you know whether there are sort of, you know, advocacy groups or community-based organizations that could help move this process forward?
So, you know, it's hard, and I can't, you know, because I'm wearing a hat this day, you know, I wear a couple of hats, right? And so in saying that, you know, I'm really connected to some organizations that can really make this thing happen. I feel like in the process of really putting this together, the simple assessment is easy as possible. And one of the key points about this is that when we look at children of incarcerated parents, what we do know is that kids are also returning citizens, which we don't label as a returning citizens, that have encountered some type of criminal involvement, went to jail or whatever the case may be. So you do have some kids from 15 to 15, let's just round the number, from 15 to 18, or you can say that 18 to 24, but we can scale it back to 15 to 18, that has really had some criminal, you know, some involvement with the criminal justice system, which we really don't call them returning citizens, but really are returning citizens that need these vital resources. And so even with like an organization, you know, saying that I'm connected to, and I'm gonna just use it like that, right? We work with children, right? We work with incarcerated people, that we also work with the families of incarcerated people, which also work with the kids of incarcerated people. So with doing the assessment for children, it is so easy because we're already well established and well connected to kids. So it's not like it's not like it's this major barrier or the security thing that's in the way that's really blocking us and stopping us from really doing this assessment, because again, we're already dealing with families that has been impacted by the criminal justice system. So if we notice that we knock on doors and pass out tests, and we knock on doors and we ask for voting, we do all of these things, but we also can do one vital thing. And the thing about this assessment is it gives us an evaluation to look at the kid and what the resources that the kid is getting, and then what the kid needs. So we can be an added resource behind the child that's going to school that has a lack of resources, that really need resources. And so, and then we make the impact on kids because we're able to give them the resources that need to be done. And we know a lot of resources that we know a lot of agencies and CBOs and organizations that provide services for children. So that's just like adding up a data bank and just kind of having that data bank in place so we can plug in this child to this resource, this resource. So we can put the data bank together anyway. We can have that conversation where we can put the MOUs together and bring all of them organizations that work with kids. Now we got that out the way. Now we got other source, which, you know, again, like me and the other partners and some other people on the commission, we work with people that's already incarcerated, that we already know have kids, that wives and families and moms and grandmas makes the calls to us, to, you know, saying to kind of, you know, we kind of, you know, work with these families in the back end of, you know, the people that's incarcerated. Somebody might, man, I need you to talk to my mother. I need you to talk to my grandmother, whatever the case may be. I know they got a kid. So now I'm already going in the household, or individuals are going in the household to provide these assessments. So again, it's real easy. I think more so, even if we sit down and be creative and figure out the small part of the pilot program and not look at it so big, like we have to look at child and family services and all of these other things. Like we're already directly and connected with children that's already impacted by incarceration. We're directly connected to it. So I think it's a win-win. I think it's something we can really knock out. I really think it's something we can knock out by in about 6 months. And then also we can just kind of, you know, again, solicit other organizations that have the ability to do the research and data and provide the information behind it. Because once you get that organization that is doing the assessment, that's already, we got the resources for them, then we've already done our part, right?
Yeah.
All we're doing is providing funding for that organization, right, to do their part. Yeah. And once we do that, we can tie both, just like we tie both of everybody together. We can tie all the organizations with the resources together with the organization that's doing the assessment, and we sit back and make sure we the overseers over what the initiative is.
So I'm going to work with Orca to try to move that forward, because I do agree. I think we have the resources. We got to get that assessment. Mm-hmm. Can you expand on what you said in your testimony about the services of the office being limited for the population it serves, and what do you mean by the office's energy being focused on community outreach activities related to the city's response to the pandemic?
Well, you know, I know a lot of, you know, again, Director Curry has been focused on a lot of the pandemic, global pandemic, whether it's, you know, PPE, whether it's test kits, whether it's having a virtual meetings and so forth, and which is I'm all for it, right? But it's a lot of critical services that we're losing, or it's a lot of critical services that not being met in the immediate environment, which is MORCA. So you know, I heard a lot, and it's good. But I know, you know, saying internally, like there's more that we can do, and it's nothing. I'm not on a put down. I'm not on a, you know, trying to put nobody down. I'm not trying to down anybody out. I'm just saying that I know it's more that can be done, and I feel like, you know, even with the commission, and we having our meetings, and we're talking about active engagement and return of citizens and doing events and stuff like that. But again, we're also being active, and DC not closed. We not closed. So yeah, it is a global pandemic, but we're also seeing more engagement on community engagement instead of engagement on returning citizens engagement. And so that's kind of like, you know, my stance on that is that we can be doing more for returning citizens. And I'm not taking away from community engagement. Yeah. I'm not taking away from knocking on doors and doing certain things that are cool. But I know that this office has, and I'm saying this on a experience level, because I've been working with the office for a long time, you know, with the other administration. And I've known that I've been so actively engaged in the office where I would come in the office every day. I know it's a pandemic now, but I would come in the office every day like I worked there. You know what I'm saying? And actively do and bring people there and get service provided and stuff like that. So, you know, to see the limitations on what's going on in the office now is, I know we can do better. That's all I'm saying. I know we can kind of do better on how we provide more services for returning citizens and CBOs that really want to connect with MORCA and engage with MORCA that can be an added resource outside the resources that you have. So, you can again, you are the hub. MORCA is the hub. And just imagine that hub has all of these added value resources under it that you can also work with, would be a major win. Again, I'm just talking about wins. And I just want us to win, because at the end of the day, when returning citizens look bad, we all look bad, because I am a returning citizen. So it's not about the administration, is the, it's not about the individual. When we hear certain things about the agency, it makes me, I go into defense mode, because I'm like, how can we improve? Because I don't like to hear bad things about an agency that I support. Right? That's all I'm saying.
You mentioned that you and this is in the pre-hearing question responses, that you have devised a strategy to get ex officio members more involved in the commission's regular meetings, which has been a challenge historically. Can you tell me a little bit about that strategy?
Yeah, so some of the commission, what we plan on doing for 2021 now is to kind of schedule these internal meetings, so we can really have a meeting with each ex officio and say, hey, we really need, if you provide service for returning citizens, you need to come to the table and talk with us. Mm-hmm. We need to know like what is really going on with your service, whether it's DOES, whether it's DYRS, whether there's so many other agencies we know that do services for returning citizens. They should be sitting at the table. And so, I feel like they've been skating, and just kind of being dismissive and not, because I've invited, I've definitely sent emails, to these ex officios. They haven't responded. So I feel like, I just feel like, I'm ready to put my foot on the gas a little bit and just have a conversation. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the vape, was someone saying something?
Yeah, if I may, it is MORCA, even during the pandemic, we have been aggressively reaching out to and servicing returning citizens. Even when we were in a telework posture, for example, in total case management referrals, and some of these referrals, one individual can get more than one referral. But in FY21, we referred 583 individuals for Pathways ticket program that was eventually paused, and we had to send them to the Amnesty, and we're just kicking back up our Pathway program. So, and that included birth certificate and IDs. That was 583 in FY21. For employment, we referred 464 individuals and built 50 relationships, new relationships with employers and organizations that service returning citizens. So in behavioral health, we referred 177 individuals. In housing resources and information, 255. Education and vocational training, 164. Clothing, 125. Legal, Ready Center, Voices of a Second Chance, DDS, and other services, 337 referrals. So individuals that aren't inside of MORCA or in the house with MORCA staff when we're teleworking aren't really seeing the impact that my staff is having. The one thing that we are not is slacking. The one thing that we are not is neglecting our responsibility as a returning citizen myself. And majority of my staff are returning citizens. That is unacceptable for us. So to hear, and we welcome all criticism, we're a government agency and we're open to the criticism, but when the criticism is not based on facts, I'm going to address it. And as a returning citizen, we've been being as creative as we possibly can. And I know that it was mentioned about the COVID stuff. One of the main priorities for us in connecting our people to services that's going to help them to transition is one, to make sure that they're safe and healthy. So we can't neglect. There's a global pandemic that is wiping people out. We can't neglect not providing PPE for our constituents. We can't neglect building a partnership with Unity Healthcare where they created a hotline for us. So for returning citizens that don't have Medicaid, no medical insurance, can call and get connected to a physician, to a primary care provider, and get a physical done. So the one thing that we are not, Mr. Chairman Knight, is slacking.
All right, Director, I appreciate it. I wanted to let you say your piece, and I hear you and I appreciate it. Chairman Knight, you mentioned that, the vacancies. How many vacancies are on the commission?
Right now we got 10 active commissioners right now.
I don't remember how many it's supposed to be. Do you know how many?
I think it's what is it, 13? What is it, 13? Yeah, I think it's 13.
Do you have any information about the timeline to fill the vacancies?
Well, I put some, we've already referred some, and we've been waiting. We referred some already, and so we were waiting for you all to get back to do the interviews and stuff like that. So, but Donna got the referrals from us. Did some new applications and referrals.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We will double check on that. I'm not aware that any nominees have been sent to the committee by the administration, but let me check on that.
Okay.
You had mentioned an idea for a citywide reentry summit in your pre-hearing responses. What do you sort of envision for this?
So some of my commissioners, they put together this reentry summit, which we want to do all around. We want to do all around the District of Columbia, which we have these panels and platforms, whether they're virtual or in person. We want to work with some other agencies and making sure that two things is that we hear the concerns of returning citizens, right? That we want to partner and hear the concerns of returning citizens, but also we want to be visible about the commission and what we should be doing as the commission coming into 2022. Like, I feel like, and like I was talking to my fellow commissioners, like we need to be doing more as visible because again, even in our funding, I've talked about, having, a phone, a landline, like having a website, having certain things that will have its individual identity for the commission. So they, so we can kind of do some of the things that we need to do. We've been doing a great job, but I feel like, our platform and our level of visibility is really not strong enough, right? And I think so that's what we're kind of putting all this together for.
Sure. And on your recommendation on housing discrimination against returning citizens, from your perspective, is this a pervasive issue among the community?
I think it's the discrimination is what it is. I think, we get to use a criminal background, or convicted criminal or felony to prevent people from getting housing. I think, even with employment and as I stated in my testimony, we want to work on a legislation. I got, we're putting a team together right now to just kind of talk about the high prices and working with employers and educating employers, the chambers of commerce and other agencies that are connected to employment, and better serving returning citizens. So I think it's like two things we really we really need to work on: that hiring practices and also barriers to housing. I know that, you know, again, they have been able to use their criminal backgrounds on not giving people housing, even if they got into the programs under the housing program, right? And so even though they get under the program, they still ask you that thing: have you been convicted of a felony? Do you got a criminal offense, or whatever the case may be? And that kind of shut some of them down. Some of them.
I see you provided a list of things you wanted to do with the $10,000 in the commission's budget. Am I correct that none of the money has been spent so far?
No, not this. We've actually we're still putting our budget together, because again, some of it's going to the panels. We're going to do our resume clinic again. We did a resume clinic. We had about 3 or 4 people in this one. You know, it's kind of put together. You know, it was put together as it could be. You know, I know that we can, if we kind of promote it, but we get a longer date in promoting it, I know it's going to be a lot better, because we already have connections to all the agencies that have, you know, return to citizens. So we already established that set up, and we want to get some more equipment and make sure, you know, and we're still having a conversation again about a website. We got these shirts, like we got shirts created. And I got the commissioner's shirts, just kind of, you know, and we kind of created a logo to just kind of, you know, have the presence known for returning citizens and for the Commission on Reentry and Return to Citizens to have their own identity. So we've been working in that space right now to put that budget together to make sure that we can spend it the way we need to. And we're also going to do a retreat, which we did the invite, because what we do want to do, we want to do a retreat with Morka this time. We did our first retreat, but now we want to do a retreat with Morka, so we can kind of get together and work on some strategies and some stuff that we can come together and work on as well. So that's the thing we want to do.
I appreciate it. Few more questions for Director Carey, based on your pre-hearing questions. According to your responses to the committee's pre-hearing questions, of the 953 returning citizens released from the FBOP custody in FY21, the office served 934. What does it mean for the office to serve someone? So does that mean that they like entered into your case management system, or what does that mean?
Right. So our process is that an individual go through the intake process and then meet with the case manager. An assessment is done to determine what the needs are. And then we provide the referrals to meet those needs, whether it's a sister agency or a local CBO. And so that is the initial process, but with the addition of the peer navigators. So, because one of the challenges with our population, there's technology challenges, of course, there's transportation challenges, but then sometimes there is fear that you come from a structured environment to what I like to call a free fall, where you got to find your way. We have individuals that have never had employment before outside of an institution. And so the value that our peer navigators bring is that they act as an additional support system. They connect with them to see if they have connected to the referrals. If not, what seem to be the barriers, so that we can try to remedy those barriers so that they can connect. Then they stay engaged with them and follow them through completion. And then the goal is to follow back up with them over time to see how any additional barriers that have arose. So that is the process. At first, it was more we we do the intake, we do the referrals, and some of our staff will follow up. But now we have a section that's totally focused on that. And so far, they've been doing a great job, and they just started.
Okay, so those 934 people are in your case management system?
Yes.
That's great. Why is there a continued disconnect between the office, between your office and the Ready Center?
So I don't believe there is a disconnect. I know in FY21, I know one of your previous questions were how many people that was referred from the Ready Center to us, which were, I believe there were none that would refer, but we referred because the Ready Center during the pandemic had closed down, so there is no disconnect. We just had conversations during the pandemic on how we could better collaborate and do outreach together inside of the Department of Correction. We just haven't had the opportunity to do that, but we was also referring, if an individual comes in and they need to get the ID and they have everything that they need, or if they need to get connected to behavioral health or any other of the service providers that was housed within the Ready Center, we were referring individuals to the Ready Center because it seemed more suited than to send them to the DMV where they may encounter a wait time. And so we knew that if we send them to the Ready Center, they may be able to get seen like almost immediately. So we have been utilizing that relationship.
All right, let me ask about referrals to Department of Employment Services. Does your office track how many constituents you refer to DOES and how many actually receive employment from those connections?
What I know, most recently we referred 79 clients to DOES, DC Infrastructure Academy. We referred 16 to DOES, Office of Apprenticeships and Training. We referred 12 this year to Project Empowerment.
And do you track who gets jobs at the end of those referrals?
So that is something that we're going to be focused on with the follow-up with the peer navigators. That is part of their responsibility to engage, because DOES is considered a referral from us. And so part of their job, as I mentioned before, is the follow-up with returning citizens who have received referrals. And so people that participate in DOES programs will fall into that.
Okay, so the peer navigators will start to follow up with the folks that you refer to the job training programs and help you track outcomes. Okay. Why is the office not holding virtual job fairs?
So we connected with DC networks, right? That we had to have our clients register with, and they were putting on, or they've always put on virtual job fairs. And so a lot of times our clients was being fed through that pipeline for job fairs, because before the pandemic, we were doing, I believe, 4 mini job fairs a year, but since the pandemic, we couldn't. And now we're exploring how to best implement virtual job fairs that's being hosted by Morca. So that is something that we're currently working on.
All right, so you're working on hosting virtual job fairs.
Yes.
All right. For referrals for the CDL training, commercial driver's license training, were any of those referrals living in federal residential halfway houses?
I know that there are. I will have to double check that, but I do know that there have been individuals with CDL license that were in housing the halfway house, because we had to engage with the halfway house to ensure what will be the limitations, but I can follow up to see if we referred any of those individuals.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering like how the limitations in the federal halfway houses impact somebody's ability to participate in this CDL program.
So I know the halfway house have been very open to DC residents participating in programming. They've also informed me from our conversations, the only limitation that they have with individuals that have CDLs and have CDL driving jobs is that it has to be like structured. It's not like they can travel across state lines. They have to be able to track them. That is with Volunteers of America. But my conversations with Fairview, that there is, they expressed that there were no limitations.
Right.
But all of the halfway houses have been very supportive in the residents being able to get connected to programming. And an example that I could use is that in December, Volunteers of America expressed to us that individuals cannot come to DC just to look and try to get connected to services. They had to have an appointment. So what MOCA was able to do was to arrange for some of my case management and outreach staff and navigators to go down to Volunteers of America and do our intake and assessment so that we can start providing referrals so that the individuals can come up, make appointment to come up and be able to get connected to services with us.
So when they do the CDL program, if they actually get a job, I think the FBOP, needs to know where they are at all times, and it's just something might need to have an appointment. So they can do the program, but then can they like actually get a job?
Yeah. So from FBOP, from what they had informed me from the halfway houses, is that they can get driving jobs as CDL drivers, but it has to be like local.
Okay.
They can't like come to the district. It has to be like within the area that they are positioned. At least that's what the communication with Volunteers of America.
All right, my final question from this Patton Node. Do you need more staff?
So all of my needs, if we have needs, again, we just had 6 more staff added. But if there's a need, all I have to do is let the administration know, and they usually support me in the initiatives that we are pushing for, whether it's additional staff. Again, we just secured six new peer navigators.
Well, I want to thank you, all 3 of you, for being with us. I know this was a lengthy day, but I appreciate you joining us for this performance oversight hearing. Those are all the questions that I have. I do want to mention for the public that anyone who was not able to testify but wishes to submit testimony for the record related to any of these agencies, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who wants to do that can submit testimony by email to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities at facilities@dccouncil.us, facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Wednesday, February 9th. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 5:15 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you again.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.